Yes, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. First of all, happy Sunday to you, Kuva. How are you?
Not well, but I'm here, mate. So
Oh,
that's what matters.
what is this the equivalent of, you're playing with painkillers. You've got a bad ankle, but you've
Yeah,
had an
that kind
injection
of
and
thing. Yeah, that's right.
yeah, love it.
Magic sponge has been applied.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Listen, big up, welcome to everyone in the chat. This is just some preamble, I think is the right term, between myself and Kuva before the teams come out and it all gets a little bit serious and we all start calling each other flip-flops and talking about mud and talking about generational talents and blah, 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 blah. Kuva, we both spoke. By the way, big up to everyone in the chat. How rude of me. Smash the like button on your way in. Big up to Blaine Dev, who became a member today. Big up to you, my friend. Big up to Tony Rodriguez. Phil Moss is here. Adam Jones. Jeff. Reese. Bella. George. Big up, George. Big up to loads of people joining as we go. Kuva, we both sort of said backstage, feel quite, calm. I feel calm and I can't see us not winning today, and that's not like me. So you're feeling the same, right?
Yeah, totally confident.
Yeah,
I'll just think it's starting to come together at the moment, isn't it?
is.
That's the feeling anyway. Soon, of course, I mean we're not talking about suddenly going away at Anfield or something today, are we? So
Yeah.
That'll change the opinion.
Yeah. Do you know what? Ask me in 4 hours when we've lost 3-0, Danny Welbeck's rounding the goalkeeper for a hat trick, and see if we think everything's going well. But look, on a serious note, look, there is a bit of a feel good factor. You know me, I'm always about, okay, feel good factors there. We've beaten a lot of teams we should. Let's see what happens moving forward. But 5 wins in a row, Brennan Johnson scoring goals. We're playing without Son and winning games. It doesn't appear like we've got, the back four is playing together week in, week out without any injuries. Maddison's playing well. Kulusevski's playing well. Bentancur's having one of his good one of his good uplifts in form. It's not really anything to sit here and go, oh my God, it's terrible, right? It's okay. It's all right.
It is, and this is despite Timo Werner on the pitch.
I was wondering how long until his name came up. Yeah.
We were joking about this the other day. I think Ben Kaufman summed it up. Something else that I wanted to say before him, but he beat me to it. If Ange manages to turn Timo Werner into a good player, then Ange is the greatest manager of all time.
I'm just shocked that he's getting game time. If I'm brutally honest, I think like most Spurs fans are at that stage where it doesn't matter whether Mikey Moore's good or not, and I know he is, but we're literally like, hang on, he's a player for Spurs. Get him in. Get him in.
He's the future of the club, isn't he, Mikey Moore? So I mean, why persevere with a failing has-been?
I think this was the question mark from a lot of people right in the summer. Kuva was why bring in Werner when I think most people were like, well, we'd rather see more. And lots of people going, oh, well, experience, and he's been there, seen it, and done it. But it's not, for whatever reason, I'm being polite, it's not quite working for Timo Werner in a Tottenham shirt, is it? It's just, he's got like 2 goals in 21 games or something.
He was washed up 4 or 5 years ago, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Ceased being the player that was so promising. Why anybody thinks it's going to suddenly turn around, I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's one of those, isn't it, where you think to yourself, do you persevere with Timo Werner, as you said, knowing that he's on loan and he's not the future? Then the other part of this is, lots of people are talking about Mikey Moore, and the word generational gets thrown around a lot. I don't use it because I think there's no way of knowing. I think if you are someone like Lamine Yamal, who's playing for Barcelona and Spain, that he was at the age of 16 and winning trophies and part of the team that won the Euros, you go, okay, you could be generational. I think it's really difficult to do that when a kid's had 1 start in a proper game, but he does look very good. And I think he's the one thing that, from my point of view, Kuva, that I think is really uniting every fan. I haven't heard any fan as of yet say, I don't want to see Mikey Moore play. So he's kind of the gel, right, for me? I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you look at the pre-season, and people will point out, well, the opposition may have been rubbish and everything, so you can't tell. But compare him to the other forwards we had playing at the time. He looked better than most of our first team forwards.
Yeah,
And certainly he was head and shoulders above them, in fact. So you got to compare it to what those peers are doing. And he was really standout performer. Said this one before as well. Out of all the players coming through the academy in the last 20, 30 years, there's very few where I've actually thought this kid's going to be absolutely amazing. Mikey Moore's possibly the only one that has. I didn't even see this at this age when I saw Ledley King and players like that. You saw a good player, but this one's like, Mikey Moore makes you get up out of your seat. He's got a little bit of magic about him.
He's so
I think, why not get a bit carried away? Because we're always like complaining about how they don't do well. Let's have one that
interesting, isn't it? It is interesting because look, I use the word footballer probably very different to I think a lot of people do. I think there's a difference between somebody scores some goals versus you're a really good footballer. Mikey Moore he just looks like he's got it, right? He gets the ball, it looks effortless. And I'm not sitting here saying, oh my God, play him every single God-given minute of every single game. Of course not. Young players. But I mean, I am all the while that there's no Son and there's no Odegaard.
Yeah, sure.
But for me, I don't want to see a Timo Werner in front of him stifling that growth. Yes, he's only 17, but at the end of the day, I think he's the one that you go, okay. He's the one where you look at and you think all of these young players people talked about coming through the youth, they all played a few minutes in pre-season, Coover. Nearly all of them are gone on loan. This kid is the one where we all went all summer, hang on, you've got something. But you've got to be careful with players like that, right? It can't be, oh my God, you're brilliant. Oh my God, he was shit today. Oh my God, he's brilliant. It's an acknowledgement that he is 17 years of age, right?
That's management, isn't it? You've got to keep the player grounded. You've got to keep them feeling involved, feeling valued, but not putting them in the limelight 24/7. Sometimes you just drop them out for a little while, let them recuperate, let them think about what their role's going to be and what they need to achieve.
Yeah.
Just reassess things. Like I said, that is management, whether you like it or not. Sometimes we're going to see Timo Werner play ahead of a Mikey Moore just for that reason.
We are.
But we're so good at the moment, we can cope with that.
Well, it's going to be interesting because a lot of the debate I've seen all week has been, we know Sonny wasn't going to make this game. We know that Odegaard is out injured. We know that Kulu's not going to play on the right. We know Johnson is. So it was literally been, is it Werner? Is it Moore? And for me, I really want it to be Moore. I just kind of know deep down it's going to be Werner. So I'll be really pleasantly surprised if it is Moore. Are you expecting him to start today, or are you expecting to see Timo?
I am expecting to see Timo for about an hour and then Moore on for the last half hour.
I know.
Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's still a good chunk of game time. And coming on, oh dear.
I mean, do we, Coover? Do we?
Yeah. I think he's absolutely horrendous player.
He's one of those he's a footballer because he can run quick. If he couldn't run quick, he's got nothing. Like, if he couldn't run quick, I as you know, I go and watch Bromley and Dartford because they're local to me. I look at the wingers that play for them. They've got better technical ability than Timo.
If he couldn't run quick, then if he couldn't run fast, then what's that postman doing on the pitch? Basically that, isn't it?
Yeah, he's somebody who's won a competition to play for Spurs for the day.
You know these stats you get on Football Manager and stuff, out of 20 and things like that.
Yeah.
And there's always one called Composure. It'd be the only one I've ever seen with a 0 in that column.
Composure, yeah. Composure -4. -4. Him and Adama Traore, who somebody said to me today. I don't know if you saw the number of times Adama Traore went through yesterday on goal. And somebody said, and this was, I've never heard this phrase before. He's a rich man's Timo Werner. Not a poor man. He's a rich man's Timo Werner. It's like,
because he can occasionally do something. Yeah.
Yeah. I just thought, oh my God, can you imagine if you imagine your team Kuva, and you've got Werner on the left, and Adama Traore on the right.
Oh, come on. And we could have had Emerson Royale as well in the same team. I would have loved to have seen that for a game. Just pure
Emerson
comedy
Royale.
value.
Yeah, and Pete, I mean, look, yeah, lots of people have mentioned this to me today. I've not seen it, but apparently Ange getting the hump about being asked about Werner. Listen, I feel like he made a rod for his own back a bit, Cougar, because he actually, when asked about Werner, do you remember what he said in the summer?
I went way over the top, like he's a brilliant player and things like that.
Well, he turned around and he said, this is what he said, if Timo Werner could score goals, we wouldn't be able to sign him. You know, when you go...
yeah, I remember that one.
You go, what?
So much truth in it, though, isn't there?
So much truth. Absolutely, as Bella said, it's not hard to smash the like button. Look, I've even bought eye candy with me. I bought eye candy. Kuva is in the house providing the eye candy. Please do smash that like button. Listen, I'm here for you all the way through till what will probably be 6:30, 7 o'clock to my wife's annoyance, but here I am. Theo, just quickly, listen, I don't want this show to start with this kind of nonsense vibe, if I'm going to be honest. First of all, I don't think there's any Ange haters. I think we need to get that out the window, right? There are people that like players or like managers that don't like players, don't like managers. I don't think anyone hates Ange. I think there are people that are questioning Ange about stuff. I've seen Man City fans ringing in TalkSport questioning Pep Guardiola.
Wow.
That should show you, right? Oh, Pep's, we're not playing well, we're not defending well. Right, this is a man that's won everything over and over and over and over and over and over again. If he can be questioned, Ange Postecoglou can be questioned. I don't understand why we can't just be positive and back the team. I'm pretty sure so far, Kuva and I have said, we can't see us not winning today. And for me, Kuva, look, Theo and I had a little set to earlier on, but it's that first sentence which I think makes me really angry as a football fan. It's the Ange haters, which is silly, but we'll be fuming if we win today. Now, Kuva, we did a show the other week with Ben where we talked about the last 25 years of history. And Kuva, I'd like to think we could have probably gone a further 10, 15 years, 20 years back, right?
Yeah.
And sure. I've got fans saying things like, you'll be fuming if we win today. It's a bit silly, isn't it? Like, none of us want Spurs to lose. It's silly.
Yeah, exactly. There's being critical because you actually want more from your team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is the majority of people. If somebody's actually saying that, they clearly aren't a fan, are they? If they meant that.
I'd love to know. Like, I always say to people like Theo, feel free to come on and explain to me. Like, because I've doubted Ange means I want to lose games of football. That's mad. I doubted Poch at times. And I doubted Poch at times whilst we never looked like losing a game of football. So it's absolutely mad, right? And big up to everyone in the chat. By the way, Angus, yes, I do have Villa Man United on in the background, 0-0 at the moment in that game. C to the fourth is saying that Ange is eternally rattled. He does seem to get rattled quite easily in the press conferences by a lot of these questions. I get it, right? I get it must be annoying. But I guess this is what comes with the territory, Kuva. If you're going to tell everyone, hey, I win wherever I go, yeah, I pick the players, yeah, we're doing well, we're building, then you're gonna get asked questions when signings don't work out. Or when you do lose games. That's part and parcel of being a manager, isn't it? You take the rough with the smooth.
Yeah, of course it is. But I mean, his replies are all part and parcel of his character, aren't they?
Sure.
He's like an Aussie geezer. It's his. He always gives the impression he'd prefer to settle it with a punch up outside the pub. And like that can appeal to an awful lot of fans.
Yeah,
it does to me a bit. But yeah, he's just very blunt with what he says, isn't he? It seems to be off the sleeve.
Yeah.
Going with whatever he feels at the time, and that's why I think you get the contradictions. He's going to have his ups and downs about how he feels on things are going at times, and the answer comes out slightly different to the same question. But I mean, if you accept that, there's no problem, is it? He's giving an answer because he has to.
Absolutely. Look, listen. I think it's all part of the game. Listen, the media blow smoke up his arse when we're doing well. When we're not doing well, they ask him difficult questions. Right?
Sure.
When Brennan Johnson scoring 5 and 5. They're going, oh, Ange, Brennan's doing well, yeah. But Timo Werner, Ange, but that's part and parcel of being a football manager, I'm afraid. And listen, look, there's lots of people who are spiky with the press. Pep is spiky with the press. Klopp could get very spiky. Look at the greats. Look at Clough. Look at Brian Clough. He could be as funny as you like 1 minute, and the next minute it was full on rage, hated the press. That's the way it is. But again, it's comments like this, like when you criticise Ange for how he deals with the press, it becomes an agenda. When people use this word agenda, what do they mean? Like I don't understand. It used to be, as a football fan, Couva, if me and you, I know we didn't know each other back in the day, but if me and you, when we were in our 20s, we went for a pint, like before the game, we'd sit in the pub and we'd talk. Before social media, you talk about, oh, I want to see him play today. Oh, I don't want to see him play. He doesn't do this. And, oh, he was crap last game. And, yeah, well, the manager got this right. The manager got that wrong. It was never called hate. It was never called an agenda. It was football fans talking about their opinion of football. Now, social media, unfortunately, has allowed, no offense, I'll call you out, you know I do, allowed people like this and that Theo to think everything's an agenda, everything's hate, everything's got an ulterior motive. If Spurs lose, oh, Savva will be happy because he's made money on YouTube. I hate to break it to people. I'm going to make money on YouTube today if Spurs win, lose or draw. Right? There's no, oh, Spurs have lost, Savva makes 500 quid. You know, I just don't get it. Do you know what I mean? I don't get what's happened to the modern football fan, Couva.
Pass. No idea.
You're too nice to give an
you know
answer.
what can you say? It's everybody's got a platform now. Social media's made sure of that. So you're going to hear these very much uncurated responses and opinions from people. I'm all for that, but you've also got to take it with a pinch of salt as well. Yeah, none of us here are professionals. We're all amateurs talking on an amateur about as football fans talking on a football fan channel as amateurs on a platform that supports amateurs giving their opinions. So does it matter? Does it really matter? The only bit that matters is, are you entertained by what you watch?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you know, one of the funny ones I always feel, Couva, is I always feel that if you've got an opinion that isn't, oh my God, we're winning the league, it's, oh, these armchair managers. Excuse me. Isn't every single person on the internet talking about football an armchair manager? Are there different levels of, like, I just don't get it. I don't get it. Big up everybody in the chat. Please smash the like button. I hear about positivity a lot. Well, let's get some positivity into the chat. Big up to Mojo, who's in the house. Big up to Tell, Cockerell. There he is. Hope you're doing well, Tell. Big up to you, my man. Abdullah said, I mean, do you want him to be a robot or give PR answers? The journos ask stupid questions and get stupid answers back. Yeah, that's now a problem. It's good and just character about him. Listen, of course it's good that he's got character about him. It doesn't mean I have to like every answer the man gives in a press conference, right? It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is.
I think it's common sense as well that a manager is going to have to big up his players. If he calls them out and then he has to depend on them to play 1 week, what's he going to get from them? Who's going to come on the sign for him as well if he's slagging off all his players for bad performances? Yeah, he's got to do that. It's almost like part of the job description.
Yeah. No, of course, absolutely. By the way, good afternoon to Finn. Hope you're well, buddy. Big up to Tom Thacker. Hello, welcome to you, sir. Phil Moss is in here. Says the jury must still be out on Ange, as he has yet to prove he is a top Spurs manager. We'll see. I just think
that's fair. I think
that's what I was about to say, Couva. Anyone is on trial all the time. Players, manager, coaches, it is what it is. And it's always been that way since the test of time. It always has been. My mates come back in and said, Savva, if you're a football fan, no, I hate football. You know what I decided to do? I decided to piss off my wife so much by streaming all the time, by making a channel about football, but I'm not a football fan. Here's where we differ, Abdullah, right? Being a football fan doesn't necessarily mean I just have to say, oh, I like that. I'm here to create debate. I'm here. Listen, if Couva and I came on here now, and it's more relaxed with Couva because he's a nicer person than me. But if I was on with any football YouTuber, and all we did was go, "Oh, I really like that signing. Yeah, I like that signing. Oh, those tactics were good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, the substitutions were good. Yes, very good. I like." Wouldn't you be bored? Wouldn't
Might
people?
as well just replace all the actual words with "Yay!"
Yeah,
Wave a
exactly.
flag and a balloon.
Exactly. And the one thing where I do disagree is when he says things like include supporting Ange, who's our best manager since Poch. Again, that's subjective to you, Abdullah. How
Are
are we?
you really saying Ange is a better manager than Jose Mourinho?
And Antonio Conte. Right. Two seasoned winners. So again, look, for me, it's the same as any manager who comes in. This isn't just to Abdullah. This is the same for me, Kuva, of any manager. I don't support a manager. I support Tottenham, right?
Yeah.
If a manager comes in, I'm judging them whether their name is, if Pep or Klopp took over next week, I'm judging them the exact same way. I'm judging them on consistency.
Absolutely.
I'm judging them on everything. So I just think it's interesting. Big up to Foxy in the chat who said, same with our fans. To be fair, if you criticize how it apparently automatically means you want the manager sacked, childish fans these days, listen, it is what it is. I think a lot of people, Foxy, the tribalism is fine, but at what point do we want some honesty, right? Kuva,
it depends what you want from football, really, doesn't it?
Sure.
Some people do want to just throw themselves into it, blind faith, and cheer the team regardless, and we're the greatest on earth. And why not? But you can't do that and then expect everybody else to be exactly the same. That's the only problem.
Of course. And you know what? Look, Kuva, we talked about this off stage, and I'm not going to name names. I think it's wrong, but we talked about this. And this isn't the Spurs community. This is the YouTube community. There are people that will put content out because they know it makes you more money. That's fine. If that's what they're in it for, I've got no problem with that, Kuva. This is a side hustle for me. This is just a side thing for me. I've got a job. I've got a full-time job that pays me a good salary. I work. This for me is about, I want to talk about football. I don't just want to blow smoke up people's bums like Bella says. I can't do it. You know me, Kuva. I've never, ever been able to do it. It's just not me.
Having said that, the odd super chat or two.
Oh, yeah. Keep putting in the super chat. But you know what I mean? Like, listen, I'm not going to get to this evening and go, yes, YouTube's paid me loads of money. I want to talk football. I've been the same from before I could monetize to after I could monetize. Anyway, Jack Bain is in the chat and said, I've never been more excited about a Spurs side than the early 2010s. It's a shame other fans can't see the vision and potential we have and nitpick at everything. I mean, Jack, I suppose the question I'd ask you is, how old are you? Because since the 2010, and I loved 2010, by the way, if we're looking at Harry Redknapp, I loved that era. I thought the football we played was great. I loved the manager. I loved the players. Since then, we've had some very good times as well, right? With Maurizio Pochettino. We've got into the Champions League with managers like Antonio Conte. So listen, I'm not knocking this guy. Fair play to him, Kuva. But again, it's subjective, isn't it? If this is the most excited he's been since 2010, I would say that to date, Poch's team had me a lot more excited than what I'm seeing now. But that's just context, right? That's what it means to you as a football fan, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure I'd be pretty much in agreement with Jack on who our favourite managers are over the last 30 years. If we sat down and had the conversation, I'll get the feeling Jack just enjoys great football, exciting attacking football. And if you get that from a manager, of course you're going to love him.
Of course. Of course. Listen, I'm not knocking that. I just, for me, this football is not on. I loved Harry Redknapp's era. I did, Kuva. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not apologising.
No, don't.
I loved everything about it. I loved that we turn up from minute one and we'd attack teams. We had two wingers that were actual wingers in Lennon and Bale that wanted to run at people. I loved that we had a playmaker that played in midfield. I liked that we had a defence that defended. I loved everything about that era. That doesn't mean I can't like other eras, but for me, if we're gonna say that this is the most exciting, I suppose it's what it means to you as a fan. Because for me, for this to be the most exciting, fine, first of all, go and match what Poch did. And bearing in mind, Kuva, Poch didn't even get over the line. But for this manager to be talked about for me like Poch, you've got to have the time and you've got to actually do what Poch did. Poch did some very good things at this football club.
Yeah. Literally the only manager in my lifetime where I genuinely thought we were going to win the league.
Yeah.
And I've seen Keith Birkinshaw. Great times, great football times, but we were never quite that close to winning a title.
No. Yeah.
Under Posh, we really had a crack at it. I want that feeling back. That's all I need. If Ange gives me that feeling of, my God, we can do this, I'm happy. Even if we don't do it, at least I'm happy at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's this notion as well, Kuva, that look, we've got time to kill, so we can talk about it. I think there's this notion that because fan A thinks this is the best football we've ever played, that fan B has to agree with it. And if fan A is saying that, me as fan B, I don't agree. I think we play some good stuff. I'm not knocking that. We do play some good stuff. I think we play a very risky game. I think there's a lot of risk that's involved, and that's fine. I just felt that team that Pochettino put together, and again, I'm not even going to go overboard about that because they didn't win anything. I just felt it was more solid. And for me as a fan, I liked that when Spurs had Wanyama and Dembele in the middle, Toby and Jan at the back, Walker and Rose, never did they have the ball, Kuva. And I went, oh my God, oh no, clear. Oh, I just felt calm. I felt at ease. And I just felt that was a superior team. Now, can Postecoglou get to that? Yes. Will he? I don't know the answer, Kuva. None of us can sit here and say with certainty that he will or won't, right? It's one of those.
I think at the start of the season, we're a lot of questioning whether Ange is actually improving things. And I was kind of dubious. Yep. I could see that the pressing was working better. And despite what people were saying, we were actually defending better. But we were having just the odd mistake or two.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, is that really sufficiently improved that I think we're going to do something this season? I wasn't sure. I'd argue that more positives than negatives about that. But for me, it was all about the attack. That was the bit I was most disappointed with last season. The amount of times we'd have a perfectly good attack, break down needlessly, and then just be counter-attacked by it constantly. This season, although it started off a little bit shaky, the results weren't going quite right. I mean, we should have beaten Leicester. We should have beaten. We should have done better against, away at Newcastle, for example, but didn't. Arsenal, we could say maybe they sat back on purpose and played that game because they knew they'd have their opportunity. The fact is, we couldn't break them down. So there was some question marks there. But recently, this run of 5 games, although there's been some dodgy ones with playing some of our younger players in, struggling a bit at Coventry. Against Karabag, we weren't all that convincing, but still 3-0.
Yeah.
But you start looking at it, the goals are going in. We're conceding less.
Yeah.
And the football's just started to look pretty good at times. And
absolutely,
it's getting more and more in each match. I mean, looked at Brentford and we're dominating that for huge periods. Should have had more goals. Definitely should have had more in our last match. I mean, we're talking about, well, not last match, but when we went away to United, we come away with a 3-0 win, and we're sort of ruining the fact we didn't hit 5 or maybe 7.
Sure.
And so things are definitely looking better. It's just a question of we've got to keep it going now. Let's see where we are come January, how we progressed in cups, who we get in that FA Cup draw. Things like this, see how we do. My big marker for me would be the home game to Man City, next round of the Cup.
Yeah.
If we perform there and hit them, knock them out of the Cup, and we're unbeaten in the league in that period as well, you've got to start thinking this is working then. You really have.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, for me, Kuva, I think everything is very much in a kind of now state. So I think, I listen, the 5 wins in a row is great. The only one I would have said that would have been tricky going into those 5, though, was Man United. Like, let's be fair. And I'm not downplaying it. You've got to win the games. But I can't look at those 5 games and start talking about Ange as one of the greatest managers I've seen at Spurs. I just can't. For me, I look at let's have a look at another club then that's similar to us and see where their fans aren't talking about title challenges, right? Let's look at Aston Villa, right? Aston Villa are, I would say they're very close to us in the last couple of years in terms of league, etc., in terms of squad depth, squad ability, that type of thing.
Sure.
I don't see Aston Villa fans talking about title challenges. I don't see Aston Villa fans going absolutely crazy and going mental.
They're a miserable lot. They should be.
But the funny thing about them is, if you actually look at some of the things they're doing in the last couple of years, like they made it to the semi-final of a European competition last year, right?
Mm.
They beat last year. They absolutely played Man City off the park and beat Man City. They went away to Arsenal and beat Arsenal there. There's signs there. They've beat some last week. They beat Bayern Munich. There's some signs there for Aston Villa where you go, yeah, right? Then you look at Spurs. We're getting those vibes off of Qarabag, Coventry. Now, I'm not knocking that, but if we're this great team that these people say, cool. I remember Pochettino beating top teams all the time. Right? I remember Pochettino beating top teams all the time. I remember Harry Redknapp teams taking it to the big clubs and winning games against them. Right? I don't see this team doing that. Right? When this team does that, I will turn around and go, you know what? And I don't mean one game. I don't mean, we might beat one team. When I see us doing that regularly, I think I'm going to have that vibe of, you know what? Yeah. At the moment, though, and again, I can't say, I have to caveat this before I get abuse. At the moment, I think we're beating teams we should beat, Kuva. Yeah. The test for me is going to come when you play those better teams. Because so far, and whichever way you look at it, we've played two top teams this year in terms of the top 6 or 7. We've played Newcastle United and we've played Arsenal and lost both. Now, we can have that conversation. Should we have won? Chances, possession. At the end of the day, we didn't. So for me, yes, beat Brentford. Yes, beat Qarabag. Yes, beat Coventry. Yes, beat a crappy Man U that everyone's beating. But for this to be real, true progression for me, I need to see some bigger scalps regularly. Is that fair or is that harsh? Or
no, I think that's fair. At the end of the day, it's a results business, isn't it? And all our greatest managers are called that because they win things.
Yeah,
that's whether you're a player, whether you're a manager, you do get judged on this. It can be harsh. You can look at results and fail to see any context behind it. But at the end of the day, we're talking about Ange has been here over a year now. We should be starting to see things start fitting into place. Not perfect by a long way, but something you can start getting behind again. I'm currently seeing that, I must admit. But as you said, until you see that consistency going out through the season, some of those big names start losing to us.
Yeah.
You've got nothing to really back it up with to say it's definitely working. Just a gut feeling on what you're saying. However, I would also say, how about Newcastle, for example? That Newcastle game, if we were to play that, say, next week, how would you feel we're going to do in the game then? Because for me, I'd feel confident.
Sure. But the thing is, there's a difference, Cougar, between feeling confident and getting it over the line. And
sure.
And this is the only thing I've been saying. Other than Liverpool last year, which was Liverpool had 9 men, I can't think of a win under Ange Postecoglou where I've gone, wow, I did not see that. Do you know what I mean? Even under the Joses and the Contes playing some worse football, even under the Nuno, you grab a win against a Man City or you grab the win against Arsenal. At the moment, for me, this manager, by the way, this isn't a sacking conversation. I'm not saying that. I can see people in the chat saying, who would you replace him with? I've not said that. I'm just saying, for me to talk about him in the echelons of Redknapp and Poch, 2 managers that did really well but didn't even get over the line, I need to see some wins against top clubs. I need to see it. I need to see that the game plan isn't, we had loads of possession, but they won. And that's what I've seen from Villa in the last couple of years. Villa are starting to piss teams off because Villa are beating them. In the last few years, they've beaten Liverpool. They've beaten Arsenal. They've beaten Arsenal twice. They've beaten Man City. You know, that's all I'm saying for me. And will that come? Sure, it could do. But again, two of these, one of these, as Kuva said it in my song that he made for me. Savva, you do realise that if Ange goes, we'll probably get some. No one said Ange is going. Yeah. Does Thomas Frank change? I mean, I don't know what the conversation about Thomas Frank is. Thomas Frank's done a bloody good job at Brentford. I don't know why he gets so much stick. You want to talk about Ange doing a great job at Spurs, Jack? For the amount of money that man has had and the amount of top players they lose every year, what a job Thomas Frank has done, Kuva, no? I thought he's done a magnificent
Absolutely. I'd say comparable to what Eddie Howe did at Bournemouth. Keeping them in the top flight for how many years he did. It was almost miraculous. And playing a good style of football. Yeah. So you've got to have the context of who the club is you're managing and which league they're playing in and the funds you've got available. And I think there's a lot of managers that are very underrated around. I think Leeds have currently got one as well. The what's his name? Farke. Daniel Farke at Leeds. Daniel Farke. Even Leeds fans were turning on him last season because they didn't get promotion. But then you look at what's happened to him over the summer and like selling big players out of his control, all of that. But he's got them playing again and they're pushing for promotion again. People, myself included, thought they could be relegation candidates with the amount of people they sold, but they're not. There are good managers out there working on shoestring budgets and performing minor miracles. That's why they get given the job. Look at Vincent Kompany going to Bayern Munich. That would have been madness if he just thought, a Burnley manager that's just got their club promoted is suddenly good enough for Bayern Munich. But then you look at the context, look at how he turned around the way Burnley played in just one season into playing quality attacking football and then bringing it into Premiership. The context is there and Bayern Munich saw it. They're reaping the dividends now. So, you've always got to have a real think about why people are picking these managers. What is it that's given them that little spark?
I think I think it's very easy to remember for people to forget though that, as you said, like Thomas Frank is at Brentford. I don't know what people would expect him to do at Brentford, right? He's got them there every season. They're there. They're difficult to play against. They always do well for their size. They've got a small little stadium. They've not got a lot of revenue coming into the club. I'm not sure what people expect him to do. I think he comes across well. He's good in interviews. I like him. I think he's a good manager. So again, what could he do at a bigger club? Hard. I mean, that again, finger in the air type question, Coover. I don't know, but he might do something good. Just quickly, Abdullah, I'm not sure if I've said something here that maybe anyone else hasn't heard. I'm praising them as winners just to discredit Ange. No, I'm praising them as winners because they're winners. Isn't that a fact, Kuva? Conte and Jose are winners. Yeah. That doesn't mean I have to like the style of football Conte put out, but Conte is a winner. To say that Ange is a better manager than Conte or Jose, for me, is just really, I think it's the sort of thing Tottenham fans will come out with. Any other fan base would laugh at that opinion, for me. But
I mean, Jose's the one I always go to talking about this sort of subject. If we can hire the most successful manager in recent years in Jose Mourinho and then fail to win anything anyway, it highlights what's wrong with our club. I didn't want Jose to come in. I really didn't. He's not my style of manager. Well, he's obviously I absolutely value his ability to get winning teams together, but I always want more than that. I'm really difficult to please. I've got to have great, sexy attacking football and win.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
So he wasn't my cup of tea. But if he does come in, you've got to back him to the hilt to make it worthwhile. What's he here for? Win stuff. Do everything you can to get the best out of them. And frankly, it doesn't matter what your opinion of Ange is. You cannot say he's on par with someone like Jose Mourinho's absolute wardrobe full of silverware that he's won over the years. He doesn't have anything to prove. Ange is now trying to prove himself in the Premiership. There's a huge difference.
Absolutely.
I'm encouraged with what I'm seeing at the moment. That's all I can go with. And I hope Ange pulls it off because it will be fun.
Me too. I hope he does. I mean, I'm encouraged with. Listen, I'm encouraged in general, but I am also. By the way, I can't say this anymore. I've said I think we're going to win today. I'm not worried. I think we're going to win today. But look, first of all, no one said sack Ange. Mike, I don't know where this has come from. They've won 5 in a row and still sack Ange talk. No. Kuva, did you say sack Ange?
Nope.
Have I said that on this street? I mean, we're literally talking about a manager. That Hotspur guy said, if Villa win a trophy before us, I'm sure our fan base will find some lame excuse as to why Villa still aren't that great because of they don't have a stadium like ours. Well, the reason why I use Villa as a benchmark is 6 years ago, Aston Villa were in the Championship. 6 years ago, Aston Villa were in the Championship when Tottenham were getting Champions League football. And since then, they've done that. And we've not. And that's why I use that. They've done that without buying superstars, without this, apparently you must have a £1 billion stadium for revenue. They haven't got that. They've still got Villa Park, which to the best of my knowledge is about 44,000 maybe? 42,000?
Something around there, isn't it? Yeah.
Right? So again, for me, and do I think they're amazing? No, but I think they've done a really good job the last 5 years. I think the club clearly had a plan, set it out well, and I think they're a decent side. Are they going to win a league title? No, but I think they're a good team. It's absolutely amazing. Let's see what else we've got in the chat. Big up to Philly, who has said, that Hotspur guy, do you remember when the stadium wasn't going to impact our spending? Yet 25 million was too much money when we spent nothing for 500 days. Oh, we could have these conversations all day, every day, couldn't we? We really, really could. I just want to make sure I get a few comments in, Kuva, just because I like to, you know me. I like to. Manny said Villa looking shite today. I mean, you know, I don't think they're going to be brilliant every game, are they? But listen, I take their Bayern Munich win. Where are we? If Gary O'Neill, for me, Gary O'Neill, I hope Wolves keep him. I do hope Wolves keep him. I think that there's the basis of a good manager there. But again, he's another manager that wants to play this open, expansive type of football. And if you haven't got the players to do that or the defence to cope with it, you're going to see what's happening to him down at Wolves right now, right?
Also, if you were going to pick a difficult list of fixtures to start the season, you would have picked what Wolves have had.
They really have. They really have. But listen, I think he's another one that needs time. He's a young-ish manager that needs time in the game, right? Big up to MC Kelsey, who's a West Ham fan. I know that. I said, I'm watching Liverpool ladies v Spurs ladies. Fair play to you. Villa are a brilliantly coached team. I'll tell you what, I think they are. I think Villa are. I've watched games where Villa completely dominate, and then I've watched teams where Villa are under the cosh but are set up well. And that's why Unai Emery, for me, is a top manager, Kuva. I think he's been there, seen it, done it. That man can organise a team. He can float from a back three to a back four to a back five, 3 in midfield, 2 in midfield, 3 up front, 2 up front. I think it's a seasoned winning manager, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And he knows how to say good evening with style.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, he's proving it, isn't he? He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
He gets a team that's been underperforming, brings the best out of them. Villa are doing really well. Must be a really fun time to be a Villa fan at the moment, after all the misery they've had over the last few years.
For sure. And they're not going out and signing 80, 90 million pound players. You know, they've managed to get themselves in the Champions League over the last few years by they actually had to sell Jack Grealish. They sold Jack Grealish, invested the money well. Yeah, they had a bit of a roadblock when they bought in Steven Gerrard, but then went from Steven Gerrard to, right, let's bring in a winner. Let's bring in a winner that's been there, seen it and done it. And I think they know what they are. I think they know their limitations. I haven't seen any of their fans talking about title challenges, but I bet you they're up there in a top 4 battle again. I don't know if they'll get it, but I bet you they're up there again.
They put together a squad of good players, and now they're cherry picking out a few ones they're hoping to turn into absolute gems.
Yeah,
and it's working for them. Sensible investment. They don't go crazy on those big, like you said. They don't go crazy on the 90 million pound players or anything like that. Just get him so they've got a solid squad that can be used in rotation, same style of play throughout, and maintain that good level. And the rest of it's down to the manager being clever tactically, clearly motivates them, and they're getting the best out of what they got. If they just stay with that sort of level of patience and keep adding and adding and adding to the squad, they keep going this upward trajectory. When they're looking to actually win a title or something like that, that's when you'll see how far they're prepared to go with investment, isn't it?
Absolutely. But listen, at the end of the day, when someone said to me the other day, who would I rather have as manager? Would I rather have Unai Emery or Ange? And I said, well, look, if I'm going to go by what I've seen of them in world football, I'm going to pick Unai Emery. Now, immediately that caused offence to this person, right? I said, well, you look what Unai Emery took over at Aston Villa, and the teams are out, so we'll go to that in a minute. Unai Emery took over at Aston Villa, and do you know he's been there exactly 2 years this month, Kuva? Do you know, in that 24 months, they've never dropped out of the top 4 in terms of number of points won.
That's impressive, isn't it?
That's so impressive. You think from where Villa were, top 4 constantly. So they're not doing that. They've just been steadily picking up their wins, beating teams. Listen, I'm not saying they're great. By the way, I'm going to go to the team. Just before we do, I just got to say, sorry, Abdullah, if you want to continue commenting, please, you've got to mature a little bit for me. If you didn't understand what Kuva meant, no one's comparing Daniel Farke to Postecoglou. You do realise we can talk about players without being Spurs, and you can talk about managers without comparing them to Ange Postecoglou. I don't understand what the issue is here, but it's
I gave context to it, but you're ignoring it. So
it's absolutely mad. By the way, yes, it is still Man United away at Villa 0-0. Ten Hag still surviving, and in the other game, it is Chelsea 1, Nottingham Forest 1. Chelsea just starting to get on top now. The team is out, Kuva. It's pretty much as everyone expected. For me, this is the exact 11 I think everyone's talked about. It is Vicario in goal, Pedro Porro, Romero, Van der Ven and Udogie, Bentancur, Maddison and Kulu, so the midfield 3 that served us so well. And then up front is Johnson, Solanke and Timo Werner. The bench is Forster, Spence, Dragoshin, Gray, Basuma, Sarr, Bergval, Moore, and Lancashire. No surprises there, Coover, right?
No,
that's the team we've
absolutely. I would have bet on that lineup. Yeah.
Let us know in the chat, how are we feeling? A lot of people, I think, will probably be very, very disappointed not to see Mikey Moore. I didn't expect to see him today from the start. Have they got a right to be upset if they are, Kuva? Should he have started?
Yeah, of course you've got a right to be upset. You want to see what makes you happy with your team, aren't you? So people, myself included, I'd give Mikey Moore as much game time as possible. I really would.
Great.
I wouldn't expect miracles from him either. I'd allow him loads of mistakes, but I'd use this whole season for bedding him in as much as possible. But and just obviously taking it softly, slowly with him. And like I said, I expect him to come on for the last half hour or so. I really do, regardless of how the game's going.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I think that we should be seeing him. Absolutely. By the way, Theo, I tell you why I confuse you a lot, because you're actually saying a lot of things that I've never said. That's why you really are. Savva, you wanted Jose and Conte out. I didn't want Jose out. I wanted Conte out. I didn't want Jose out. Let's get that very, very clear. It was Kuva that didn't want Jose. Yeah, I think that was clear, right?
I never wanted them in the first place, but when they arrive, back them. I always say that.
There you go. Kuva, I'm so happy you said that, because where people like Theo don't like context is there was no point Conte being here, Theo. Conte never stays at football clubs for 4 or 5 years. Never has, never will. That's not what he does. If you bring in winners like Jose and Conte, back them. Kuva said this about 10 minutes ago. Back them. Yeah? Spurs didn't. There was no point in Conte being here. Conte was frustrated. You could see it in him. Whether I liked his play or not, Conte for the last 6 months was, you could see his press conferences, his touchline demeanour. He didn't want to be there. He knew he wasn't going to win here. So again, there needs to be context around what you're saying, Theo. I have not once, I've not once in this stream said, get rid of Ange. We are having football conversations, nuanced conversations about tactics, players, what we need to do to kick on. Not everything is, I hate Ange, I love Ange, right? We've got to be a bit more grown up in our thinking here. This is really getting silly now. John Terry, Savva will probably cry after we beat Brighton. Savva's literally said that we're going to beat Brighton. I don't know what's going on here. Just some very strange people. Kuva, that 11. Listen, it's another good test for me for that midfield three. You know, Bentancur, Kulu and James Maddison. It's one of those where you go, it is very attacking. And that's great to see. We all like to see it. I've gone on record and said, I think that in bigger games, teams that have the ball a lot, that could be difficult. But I fully expect in a game like today, Brighton have got a lot of players out. I fully expect that, again, that could be the key for me. The pressing in midfield, Kulu and Maddison's work rate, and the creativity that they both offer. Do you agree? Do you disagree? What's your feelings?
No, I'm absolutely all for this midfield three. It's been wanting it for a long time. I've always been an advocate for you pick your most talented players. So as far as I see, Bentancur, at peak Bentancur, let's go back to way before he got that first horrific injury. He was absolutely sensational for us. He was bombing box to box, controlling games, bagging lots of goals. He was doing everything you'd expect. Struggled since then, of course, due to injury and long layoffs. Who wouldn't? But he's now come back into the fold and he is controlling games quite nicely for us. Sitting in front of that back four, picking up the ball, passing it sensibly and in an attacking way, gets the team rolling. Maddison, we know all about. That's what his game is. It's to get hold of the ball, hurt the opposition with it. He's now picked up his form again, looking great. The two of them with their form back is a massive plus to this side.
Absolutely.
And Kulusevski, despite he's been one of these players where I've never really understood where we could play him, but always saw why we'd want him in the team. He does all of that. He will collect the ball. He will shield the ball. He holds up play. He's strong. He can dribble with it. He's got good close control to beat his man when he is boxed in, which is a really important skill I think we lack with quite a few players. Now that Ange has managed to find a way to get both Maddison and Kulusevski, getting them a bit of space and are able to actually do things to affect play in the opponent's third, it's working nicely. I'd happily stay with this, even in bigger games. It's I think that's the way forward. Bergval's a good fill-in for any of those when he's here long enough and he's found his feet, and you know he'll cut out a lot of his mistakes over time. He's a young player. I think he's going to be a great one to in the mix with that sort of player. I think we've got much better balance now with these. I don't like the idea of I've never been a big fan of Mate Sarr. I mean, he's got heart. He's got heart. He's got big work rate. He does try his socks off for the team, but I never see that sort of extra layer of quality, the extra layer of ability that I see in some of the other players when they're on form. I don't know where we're going with him. We'll have to wait and see. Perhaps he develops and settles into a more effective role, perhaps. And as for the others, Bissouma, well, we know what we get with him. It's that level of inconsistency. He can be really good one game and then completely switch off another game and cost us. Consistency, again, one of your favourite words, mate. So you've got to see it with the players, got to see it with the manager, and most of all, you've got to see it with results. That's when you start getting real belief in a team. It's all well and good to say manager Ange is the greatest and he's gonna lead us to this. It comes a point you've got to see it consistently, haven't you? We have been seeing it for the last 5 games. It's got to keep going. Let's do it. And it has made me confident again. It wasn't long ago I was saying Ange out because I didn't think he could do it with these players. and I didn't think he'd get provided with any to do it. But I'm changing my mind again, which I can do. I will flip up with the best of them.
Yeah, sure. For me, as I said, I want consistency, and I don't mean Qarabag, Coventry, and Ferencvaros. I want consistency. I think we'll win today, by the way, and I think that sets us up very nicely. I really do. Going into the international break, which I hate, with West Ham at home to come up. Big up for a couple of super chats in here. Big up Philip Randall, who's just said Kuva's wink clinched it. Kuva with a wink. Listen, I don't think there's a sexier sight on YouTube than Kuva winking. Can you give us a wink for the super chat?
No, just that's a one-off treat, mate.
Oh, mate, he's paid £10. You can have a wink. Come on.
No, it's not happening.
Kuva.
It will be at the correct moment.
Okay. All right. Well, Philip, keep your eyes open. There's a wink coming at some point. Big up, Philip. That's very, very kind of you. Really do appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Soul Boy has said, what is Angie's obsession with Werner? Listen, I don't know. Could it be that we're paying him 165 grand a week? He's got a I don't know. Soul Boy, I wish I had the answer to this. For me, should be nowhere near the Tottenham squad, let alone starting in the first 11. But hey,
I think he just fancies his chances of salvaging the player that used to be there.
Yeah, possibly.
I really do. If he could do that, brilliant. But I don't see any sign of that so far.
No, listen, for me, I can't ever see it. But you know what will happen? He'll score a goal and fans will go, there you go. That's why he plays.
You're in the mud now.
You're in the mud now.
He's been awful for 15 games, but he's just scored, so it proves you all wrong.
Yeah. By the way, Jack, dude, listen, you've got to relax. Listen, me talking about senior pros doesn't mean I want Timo Werner in the team. So please, let's not use my own logic and change it to your logic. That's not what I meant. So please, let's stop doing that. And by the way, I don't think if Mikey Moore did start and play badly, fans would blame Ange. They've been asking for it. We want it. We want to see it. He's 17. He's going to have bad games. We acknowledge that. So this is, again, I think so many people take anything said about Ange Postecoglou so personally. I've never known it, Kuva. I've never seen a manager like this.
It's football opinions, though, isn't it? They're always polarizing. It's you can either be you're either Ange in or you're Ange out. You can't be a sort of, well, I just need to wait and see a bit. I mean, that's a really unpopular one. Sitting on the fence is never allowed with football opinions.
No, but again, like this guy said in my show earlier, we're quietly positioning ourselves for a title race. Theo, listen, as I said earlier, look, we've got to learn from last season. Listen, there's a huge difference between the run we're on and actually doing it over 9-10 months and being there in February, March, April for a title run. For me, I just think, listen, I know what you're like, Coover, and you like to have a laugh and go with the win. But look, fans were talking about a title run last year. I just don't think, for all the will in the world, this squad just isn't. It's not a title charge squad for me. I'm sorry. I don't know what has happened for fans to start using the words title race. For me, I think it's just a little bit silly.
Nah, hell with that. The quad's on, mate. You tell them.
Oh, I just don't
get
it.
I'm going back to what we said earlier in the show. I'm looking at this run of games coming up to that Man City game. We do well in this little run of league games, and we actually beat Man City. I will be starting to look at maybe we can nick something this season. I don't think it will be the league, though. We have not got that level of consistency in us.
Oh, God, no. No.
But, let's knock Man City out of a cup. Maybe we could nick something.
Absolutely.
The Europa League's not out of the question. Both of the domestic cups aren't out of the question. I think the league is a little bit too far at the moment, though. A lot too far.
I genuinely don't understand at times, though, Kuva. What are other people watching that I'm not, that's so drastically different from me going top four would be amazing to them going title race? Like, I just feel like, yes, hope, yes, belief, but I'm getting labelled negative because I don't think we can go on title challenges, right? I'm sorry, but the squad is the same as last year, but with a few kids and Solanke. once you listen, Kuva, you're of age where how many years of football you've seen, right? Football isn't played over the first 6-7 games of the season. Football is when you get injuries, right? When you get suspensions, when you get loss of form, when you're deep into competitions and playing 2 games a week, that's when you start to see. So all of this talk about title challenge in October, I just feel that we have not learnt our lesson from last year at all.
But you remember what I did last season? I was very open about it. Said at the start of the season, I'm just going all in on Ange, all aboard the Ange train. I'm going to disregard all sort of logic or common sense about it and just go with the feeling of it. And after 10 games, I was having the time of my life. That's why you do it. It's just forget it all. If it makes you happy, it's good. So I'm not going to knock anybody doing that. I will knock it if they say anybody that's being pessimistic is just playing wrong, because you can't prove either. All we can do then is, if you really want to predict the future, you've got to look at the past, haven't you? Well, you've got to say we have not been title challenged.
Or use common sense. This squad is not going to be in a title.
That would indicate. Yeah, for me, that's part of looking at the past, isn't it? You use it so as a point of reference, don't you?
Sure.
We haven't done it so far. Why are we suddenly now?
Sure. And Omar, I don't know how I'll be in the mud. I've literally said I feel like this is going to be a nice, comfortable game for Spurs. So I'm not sure. Honestly, Cooper, I don't know why I do the internet sometimes. It is absolutely filled with idiots. I'm going to call it. I know you don't like me saying it. It's full with absolute morons. Look, we want to see Mikey Moore. We know we've not seen it. The back four are starting to play every game together now. We're starting to see less injury on that front. So far, I can't think of any of them being injured this year. Someone might tell me wrong, but I feel like this has been consistent now every game with the same back four playing.
And I think we look a lot better for it, don't we?
Yes, we do.
I'd say we look more organised now. Mistakes are happening less and less. We are still going to concede some big chances. That's the nature of the game we play. Very attack-minded, very high line. We are going to occasionally concede chances. That's not a problem as long as you're doing your job with the rest of it, as far as I'm concerned. And right, this little run of form we're on at the moment, that is happening. Even when we don't play convincingly well, we're still winning, because all those errors, the amount of times we're doing them is cut down. The amount of times we're conceding from set pieces is down. It's all kind of coming together. And you've got to say that's got to be something to do with having a settled back four, hasn't it? All playing together week in, week out. Communication with the goalkeeper, communication with players ahead of them. If we're looking at starting to get a little bit of regularity with picking Bentancur, Maddison, Kulu as that sort of midfield three, that's going to help too. Johnson's clearly cemented his place as the right wing now. Solanke is always going to be a starter at number 9. His role is now really important to this team. So now we're just looking about a left winger. The rest of the team's kind of settled, and we're waiting for Sonny to come back. He's surely going to be our left wing then. So I think that familiarity with players builds up confidence, and the more we build up confidence and familiarity, the more competent you are going to be. So I think we're looking good. We're looking good, but as you said, getting some of those really big tests, then we'll know just how good we are.
That's what I want to see. That's what I want to. The thing is, for me, I'm the sort of fan where I can't understand what anybody's seen to suddenly have this, like, we will win the Europa League. We are in a touch. It's like, hang on, like, slow down. What have we seen? In reality, what have we seen? I want to see us beat Man City. Yeah, I don't mean a team that Man City bring to White Hart Lane in the cup. I want to see us beat Man City in the league when they got all the big boys out. I want to see us beat Arsenal. I want to see us play Liverpool and beat Liverpool. I want us to show that we can mix with the big boys, because if you can't mix with the big boys, you're not going to be in a title race, Kuva, because they always beat each other, because that's what top teams do. And the problem is, the more I get involved in these conversations, the more it sounds like I'm negative. But I'm not. I just think we should be looking at what is progression from last year. For me, I don't think it needs to be, oh my God, we've gone from 5th to winning a league. For me, get Champions League football. That's a good barometer of progression.
Progress further in the cups as well. That's always a good sign as well. Yeah, I agree.
Sorry.
I've never said we have to win something in a season, but I've always maintained we should be looking like we could.
Yeah.
If we're failing to do that for a club our size, that's scandalous. There are way too many clubs of our size now for everybody to win something. So there are going to be losers amongst the big boys, and it's going to happen every season. It's harsh though, isn't it? That's elite level football. There's only one winner of each competition, and every other club is a loser.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I just wonder, for all the people that have a pop at me, for example, if we get to the end of the season and we've not won a cup and we've not finished higher than last year, what do those people then say? Because they're the ones that are going. For me, progression. Get progression. It takes time. These are the people telling me now it's happening now. When they're saying, "Oh, Rome wasn't built in a day," I'm not expecting it to be. These are the people saying we will win the cup. We are in a title challenge. For me, it's all a little bit.
That's the point. We just need a bit of faith as a football fan, isn't it? I mean, you talk to Arsenal fans in recent seasons. Remember when they finished 8th twice in a row? I think most of them would be saying, "Where the hell are we going?" There would have been a lot of discontent towards Arteta for sure, where we saw it. So until you start have something tangible, something that's actually there, you can see for yourself in terms of league table or progression in cup rounds, getting into a final, somewhere where you're getting a lot closer than you were before. Keep that going. You're in the right direction. You can measure it that way. Otherwise, it's just belief, isn't it? You can say we think you're going in the right direction, but until the results match that, there's no evidence.
So that's all I ever asked for, Kuva. I want to see the results that match the talk. And I keep saying we've got to stop talking the talk and we've got to walk the walk. I just don't understand this constant need to go from 1 to 100 every week. Like, oh my God, we beat so-and-so. We could be in a title race. Whoa. Right. First and foremost, let's worry about getting in the top 4 race. First and foremost, let's worry about getting in there and staying in there. Then I don't think people understand, to be in a title race, you need to win nearly every week. Like, to be in a title race, isn't that true, Kuva? You look at the number of games City and Arsenal actually drop in a season, is hardly any. So when fans say to me, yeah, we could be in a title race, I always say to them, okay, you do realise then that what you're saying is you're predicting Spurs to win every week. And that's great. I love it as a thought, but realistically, I think we're quite light in depth as well. I think, it's a good job that back falls together, because I think after that it's quite light. So for me, I just think let's everyone just take their foot off the gas a little bit. Let's actually let the team go on a run that is worthy of saying, we're in a title race. And also, I think it's really important, you said it, the past is a good barometer. I'm learning from last season. Last season, we had a phenomenal start, which is much better than this season's start. And everyone just got a little bit too happy. And then we just fell away. And the reason we fell away, Kuva, is the reason why I think we won't be up there again this year. I don't think the squad is strong enough. I think we've got some good footballers. I think all the while you've got that back 4 out there today and that midfield 3 out, fine. When Maddison gets a hamstring injury, right? When Van der Ven's out for 3 weeks to 3 months or whatever it is, these are the times where you go, right, are we still going to go on this winning run? So for me, I don't understand when just kind of putting your foot on the gas was a bad thing. I don't know what's happened. I don't know why, but hey,
it is because it's just more fun, mate. I mean, you see your first 11 doing well. How can you not be happy with that? But you're right. Squad depth is going to be what eventually kills us off, I think.
Which is why
it's just unavoidable, isn't it? All clubs know this. When we've got some of the ones coming in that we know aren't really up to it, the Timo Werners, what are you going to really expect from him? It's, you can't say he's a replacement for Son, can you? Because he isn't good enough, so he's not a replacement. So Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes and hopefully get lucky. I think that's going to be the major part of it. Somebody's putting up the percentages the bookies are giving for us winning things. It's like the Europa at 8% and things like that. You know what? That's reasonable odds for me. Because
agreed.
There's lots of teams that can win it. If you're in with a shout there, it's a roll of the dice. So let's see what we can do. But yeah, I do think we're going to have to be lucky.
Well, talking about lucky, I'll tell you what, the Chelsea won, Forest won. It's in the last 4 minutes of the game. Nottingham Forest are down to 10 men, and the goalkeeper's just pulled off an absolute worldie of a double save from Cole Palmer.
Forest are so hard to beat now, aren't they?
Do you know what? A centre back in the summer I said I've liked for years. I really wish we had signed Nikola Milenkovic. Really good defender, him. But listen, it's all kicking off. It looks like they're all having a fight. The players are on the pitch. Oh, it's all kicking off proper kicking off. Oh wow, it's proper kicking off. If anyone's watching the Chelsea game, could they tell me why that happened? I literally saw it in the corner of my eye. Listen, I think that the key thing for me is squad depth is everything, Kuva. As Philip said here, squad depth is everything, and this was the big thing for me in the summer. Had Spurs have gone and got 2 or 3 really good seasoned pros, I'm not talking about Timo Werner, seasoned pros that you put in like the other night against Ferencvaros, you go, oh, so-and-so's playing. You go, yeah, cool, good player. If we had done that, if we had got extra midfielders, extra defenders, you might be sitting here going, you know what? Well, why not if we go on a run? For me, I think we saw it the other night against Ferencvaros. Yeah? Couple of defenders missing, and look at the back four we had to play. And that's fine against them, even though it was exposed time after time. But in a Premier League game, I'm not wanting Archie Gray at centre-half and Ben Davies at left-back. So that, for me, is the difference between whether you can go on a title run and whether you can be a good team that challenges for Champions League. But apparently that's not what people want to hear, I think is the thing, right? But did you see what I mean now about the summer, the signings? That's...
Yeah, it made it. I mean, I said if I thought we had a terrible transfer window, I wasn't going to bother this season with Spurs. Wasn't going to bother going on YouTube. But the summer we did have, Solanke, I thought was a really good signing. I was stuck with that position, with that decision anyway. And then the others, it's like, well, are we getting good signings? Because are they going to go straight into the team? Probably not. But I need to see by the end of the season, do they start getting regular games? If they did, then it means this window was actually not a bad one. So I'm kind of up in the air on that. You can't say it's convincing. Like, yeah, it's not like going out there and like Liverpool do and like sign a Diaz or someone like that, and you think, oh yeah, that's a good player. Even though he hasn't been completely convincing for them, but there's levels, isn't there? The Gooners, much as I hate it, they go out, they get close to winning a title, go out and sign Declan Rice, improve the team straight in there. We're not quite doing that, but we did it to an extent with Solanke. He was incredibly important. We bought him. As I said before, especially when it comes to strikers at the moment, because it's like a dying art form, isn't it? Somebody that's just an out-and-out goal scorer is gone. You've got to have more to your game than that now. So, he's a good one. He's a good one. But you have to look at some of those other positions where we do get an injury. And as you pointed out, left back, if Udogi's out, who comes in?
No, absolutely. But again, and again, I always try and learn from the year before. I'm learning from the year before that when Udogi was out, we were poor. That when Van der Ven was out, when Romero was out, I'm learning from that, and I still don't think I don't think we've addressed that in any way, shape, or form. And that for me, by the way, there's 13 minutes of injury time in the Chelsea game. So they've got a third
just
of a
because
half.
Of a punch up.
But no, I don't know what happened.
That would have been something.
13 minutes now for Nottingham Forest to hold on with 10 men. It's all, as you can imagine, it is all Chelsea. But Milenkovic and Murillo just look rock solid at centre half. They're defending absolutely brilliantly. And fair play to Nuno. Fair play. He's gone there. Looks like he's really settled them down as a team. And what I've noticed about Forest, just to talk about them for 1 second, is there was that time where Forest had so many players, you never knew what the 11 was going to be. Like they literally changed it every week. And at the moment, they seem to be quite settled. But
Well,
listen,
Chelsea as well. Both those clubs, isn't it? Like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think Maresca's done a good job. I think a lot of people had a pop at him and the number of players he's brought in, but he's got a settled team. And he's almost got a second team for the Conference League. Like that's what they've got, and Chelsea have just missed an absolute sitter of a header.
I think you could say Pochettino just got it right. He looked like he got Chelsea into good shape last season and left just at the point where now somebody else is going to get the credit for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I thought, as I said on the show earlier, Kuva, not that I thought, the facts were the first 10 games of last season, Chelsea were awful. From game 11 to game 38, they were the fourth best team in the country, and had the most injuries in the country. So he actually did really, really well. Then whatever's happened. Maresca's come in and he's got them settled. He's got a settled team. It's the same back four plan. It's the same midfield, the same forward line. Look, I don't think I think people are getting carried away again, talking about should they win a league? No, but I fully expect them to be in that top four conversation. I expect Spurs. I expect it to be Spurs, Villa, Newcastle, Chelsea, and Man United if they sack their manager now. I think if they sack their manager now, they've got a chance to resurrect their season. I think if they don't, I can't see them being anywhere near it. Will I be happy today if we win and if Johnson scores? No. I mean, Kuva? What am I meant to answer to that? Like,
of course, you'll be happy, mate.
It's just hard work. It's such hard work, isn't it? Still 0-0 in the Man United game. There's 6 minutes of injury time there. Villa looking a little bit leggy to me. I don't know whether or not the Bayern Munich game has taken something out of them, but it's still 0-0, 4.5 minutes to go. Kuva, who have you got down to win the title this season, by the way?
It was Man City, but the Rodri injury has made me think maybe that team we don't want to win it might just nick it this year.
Oh, what, Chelsea?
You know what? I wouldn't even rule them out the way they're going. Well, except for today.
I mean, look, the Rodri injury's the big one, right? It's for me the best player in the world. But
I'm not going to rule out Liverpool either because they've made a pretty damn solid start too. The shock result against Forest, but other than that, they're piling on the wins definitely. So it's going to be one of those three again, isn't it? City, Arsenal, or Liverpool.
I really do think it will be. I tell you what, the reason again, I want to put my foot off. I'll take my foot off the gas with Liverpool. They put up today Liverpool's next. I should have. I'll tell you what, both teams have had a fantastic chance to score it. Nottingham Forest were clean through. Hang on, Villa have got an open. Guys, missed it as well. I've got screens everywhere. Villa have missed a sitter. Chelsea have missed a sitter. Forest have missed a sitter. It's all happening.
Who's that behind you? Is that Jeff Stelling?
Yeah. Hang on the ball. Yeah, Chelsea are getting closer. You know it's coming, right? They've got 8 minutes left. You know it's coming, a Chelsea goal. Liverpool, they put up their fixtures, Kuva, for their next 12 fixtures today on Sky Sports. And it is just a who's who of the top cut. It is Man City, Real Madrid, Leipzig twice. I think there was Villa in there. It was just a lot of top teams. And I think for me, I really like Slot. I wanted Slot at Spurs. I think it's going to be interesting to see what do Chelsea do over the next 10. What do Liverpool do in the next 10 games? Can they keep that run of form going? But they are rock solid at the back, Hoover, aren't they? They really are.
It helps when you start off with Alisson and Van Dijk in the central defence, doesn't it? But it's the other players though as well that weren't necessarily so much headline grabbers in that Liverpool side. I mean, the back four, even when Trent's playing there, they're still solid. Robertson's always been solid. And some of the other players that step up, like I said, they are just in that mould, aren't they? They're kind of got this competence about them, a power and authority to go with it. Yeah, they look good at the back, and as we always know, that's the cliche. It's the defenses that win your championships. So
it is.
they've got to be in with a shout,
Alisson
haven't they?
injured, by the way.
Sorry?
Alisson's out injured.
Yeah, but for how long? I didn't see how long for.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I don't know. I mean, I saw somebody say today it's probably the best time to get injured, right, on an international break. So it gives you at least that first 2 weeks to kind of recover or have your operation or whatever it is. By the way, there is only 1 minute left in the Aston Villa United game. It looks like Ten Hag's going to get his second draw of the week. But I mean, can you imagine, Kuva, from when, like, especially from when I was growing up, Man United having 3 games in a week and not winning any of them? Like, it just feels like this is a club that is they're in all sorts of trouble, aren't they, Kuva? Man United.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the United of old under Sir Alex Ferguson, 3 games in a row where he failed to win's a crisis.
Yeah,
that's where he starts making wholesale changes to the team.
Yeah,
yeah. Then nowadays, I don't even know what their style of play is. Does anybody?
I'm watching them here. They just seem to hit the wide men early and hope that Garnacho and Rashford can do something.
Well,
but there's no cohesion.
You saw it against us, didn't you? I mean, the fact that we go to Old Trafford and within minutes they've had to abandon any form of passing game in favour of a long ball. That's just shocking.
Yeah,
that's just so un-United like. It's unreal, but that's what they've got to deal with at the moment. They're it's a sort of desperation attempts at playing football at times. It's really bad.
Are you surprised that he's still there? I mean,
yes,
it's
no.
a lot of bad results, isn't it? It's a lot of bad results.
It is.
Over the last 2 years.
I had this conversation with somebody earlier in the week. Ten Hag's a really good manager. Before he came to United, people wouldn't doubt his credentials. He did some really good stuff throughout his career. Innovative, forward-thinking sort of manager. Inspired his teams to do well. Look at that Ajax side that could have won the Champions League under him, but didn't for obvious reasons. But he's gone to United, and it's just like nothing's working. It's like the players don't know what they're doing, or they follow the instructions to the letter at times. When you think perhaps they shouldn't have done that, they should have had a little bit more sort of their own thoughts. It's like it's kind of rigid workman-like United performances. They just look like a really average team.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Because like you say, Ten Hag, he did have that kind of free-flowing Ajax team where he had the likes of Ziyech and who was it in the mid? Van der Beek? No.
Van der Beek. Yeah. No, he was
Van der Beek? What's his name?
Well, it's all the ones who went off to Barcelona and places like that.
Yeah. So you had Frankie de Jong, you had Hakim Ziyech, you had De Ligt. I think it was Van der Beek. Somebody will tell me. He's gone completely out of my mind.
Donny Van der Beek, yeah. I suddenly started thinking, he got me confused, and he was at Feyenoord. No, he was at Ajax, wasn't he? I can't remember. It's still too early in the day for me.
Yeah, but listen, and again, this is what it does, and Spurs forever. This is why, before people get carried away, the longer you play in Europe, game in, game out, week in, week out, it takes its toll on your legs. Games that teams should be winning, suddenly they're not. But it has finished at Villa Park. Aston Villa 0, Man United 0. So Aston Villa have got 1 point today. Man United have got a point as well. It's still going on at Stamford Bridge, by the way. I'm just watching I don't know what I'm watching. It's just loads of tackles, loads of shots. It's just all gone a bit crazy. The teams, George, I can give you the teams. The teams are Vicario in goal, Pedro Porro, Romero, Van der Ven and a doggy, Bentancur, Maddison and Kulusevski, with Johnson, Solanke and Timo Werner as the Spurs team. And the Brighton team, bear with me 1 second. Let me see if I can get that for you. Brighton v Spurs. 1 second. I haven't actually looked at it. Did you see it, Coover?
Nah.
No. Here we go. The team news is, oh God, no. I've clicked on the worst one of all the links I could have clicked on. Brighton versus Tottenham. Hang on. I'll tell you, let me do this. Let me just come off the Chelsea.
It almost doesn't matter too much with Brighton, does it? Because you know what you're going to get. Every player that comes in knows the style of play they're going to have and what's expecting from them in each role. They're so well organised. But it's Brighton, isn't it? So they can turn up and beat you 3-0 in your own backyard, or you can go there and win 5-0 on another day. You just never know.
Well, this is their team. It is Verbruggen in goal, Kadioglu, Webster, Dunk, Veltman, with Hinshelwood and Belieber in midfield, Minte, Rutter and Matoma behind Danny Welbeck. I think there's enough players missing there to not make me worried. Now, I mean, listen, I've said this before as a Spurs fan, but it's very rare that I'm not worried. I just look at that and I think it's a very inexperienced midfield two of Belieber and Hinshelwood. Yeah, I mean, look, they've got no O'Reilly, they've got no Van Heck, they've got no João Pedro. I'm comfortable. I don't know about you, Coover. I don't. If any of that team news has changed your mind.
So that's Mitoma 3 assists and Danny Welbeck hat trick. Then is it?
Say that again. Sorry.
Mitoma with 3 assists and a Danny Welbeck hat trick.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But yeah, look, I think we've got enough to beat that team. Look, listen, I think it's all about starting with the same intensity. And
I'll tell you what, mate. I've got to go in a minute. All right. See you then.
Bye. See ya.
Should we do a quick score prediction or something?
Let's absolutely do it. Well, listen, you go first. Go on. What's your score prediction?
I think 2 teams that are all about attacking play, looking to get forward at every opportunity. I think we're always liable to get caught out occasionally because of our risky game. Brighton have always got goals conceded in the nature of their game. They're possibly even more attack-minded than we are in that respect. They really push forward. So I think there's goals in this, and I think we're just going to sneak it 3-2. I just have this feeling that whatever they do, we can outdo them.
Coover going for a 3-2. Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 or 3-1. I feel like it looks to me they've got a very inexperienced midfield two, and the 2 centre backs, if they dare play a high line with Webster and Dunk, I can see us running riot the way Chelsea did. But it depends, doesn't it? Has the manager learnt from last week? Has their manager learnt from last week?
If it's Timo Werner always going through, they don't have to worry, do they?
Maybe he's saying, listen, the right half of the defence, just go and do what you want. The left half, stay back a little bit. Cooper, thank you so much for giving me an hour and a half of your time. Listen, I really hope you enjoyed the game. As always, love you to bits, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
You too, mate.
I'll see you on Tuesday.
Big up to all in chat as well. It's been quite lively again.
Yeah, always lively. And listen, it's my chat, Coover. Have you ever seen Savva have a boring chat room? Big up to you. Everybody, please go over and smash the subscribe button for the Free Spurs boys. That would be much appreciated.
Cheers all. Cheers, Savva.
See you later, take care.
Enjoy the game.
Yeah, absolutely. People saying, listen, get your score predictions in. There are 25 minutes until kickoff. Get your score predictions in. Francis has said Brighton a week today. Yes, it doesn't look the strongest Brighton team. Even the likes of James Milner aren't available today. João Pedro, Van Heck. Who else is missing? Matt O'Reilly. Yeah, for me, I can't see that we don't win. I really do. I am confident for today's game. And for those who know me, I'm not always. But yes, Davo, there is always that problem as well. Big up to Perchi. There he is. Perchi, who's on loan at Espanyol. So this is the first time I am back in Coover's 7-3. Perchi, do me a favour. In the chat, you watch Espanyol every week. Talk to us about Valise. What's Valise done out on loan, Perchi? He's played a lot from what I've seen. Is he any good? Yes. Didn't he score last week as well? Yes. Yes, his dad was also a player. Spurs forever said any team that beats Nottingham Forest, even when you're at home, it will be hard work. Nuno has them well set up away. Be easier to play them away from home. He's done a good job, hasn't he? He has done a good job there. Let me just see if the table. Yeah, should we have a look at the Premier League table? So Liverpool are top with 18 points. City and Arsenal in second and third respectively with 17 points. Chelsea on 14. They've missed the chance to close that gap. Villa on 14. They've missed the chance to close the gap. Newcastle on 12. They missed the chance to close the gap. Fulham on 11. Tottenham on 10 in 8th. Nottingham Forest on 10 in 9th. And Brentford on 10 in 10th. And then Brighton are in 11th with 9 points. So if Brighton win today, If Brighton win today, they go into 6th. If Tottenham win today, we go into 6th. So whoever wins today will go into 6th place in the table. But I said earlier, more than just beating Brighton, I think this is a really important game for Tottenham in the fact that those 3 above us have all slipped up this weekend. Those 3 above us have all slipped up. Aston Villa, Chelsea, and Newcastle all drawing. So Aston Villa, Chelsea, and Newcastle all drawing, which means we can close the gap. If we don't win, the gap to those two, Chelsea and Villa, will be 4 points. And the gap to Arsenal and City will be 7 points. So this is a really big game just to keep up with the Joneses, if you will. Let me get some more comments. Big up, Foxy. Yeah, listen, I love Kuva. Absolutely love him. You can have a proper conversation. No childishness. It's really good. Savva, do you agree with Gravenberch? Best 6 in the world this season? Oh, God, no. Really like Gravenberch, but no, when we do things like that, no. I think Gravenberch is a really good footballer. But first of all, I don't see him as an out-and-out 6. And no, definitely not. DMB Forever has gone with 2-2. Stephen has said the gap between the top 3 and the rest is crazy. I think they're much better than everyone else for me. They really are. Look, Chelsea and Villa are only 3 points off second, but I think that gap will continue to grow. And look, Liverpool have some hard games coming up, people. Liverpool have some really tough games coming up. If they can come out of that next 10 games unscathed, fair play to them. Jack Herbert has said 2-1 to Spurs. Big up, Jack. Hope you're well. It's my face has said 3-2 to Spurs. Josh has gone with 2-1 to Spurs. Angus said Matt O'Reilly back in training. Good. I'm glad for him. I think he's a good player, Matt O'Reilly. Really like him as a footballer. Ben Salih Yusuf is predicting that we'll give them possession and counter them. I feel like we might dictate this from start to finish. I'll be shocked if that Brighton team dominates us. I don't think it's the strongest Brighton team I've seen. And the fact that their 3 best players for me are all missing. Just in my opinion, I think we're going to win this comfortably. Cam, big up to you. I said 3-1 to Spurs. I'm going with, having seen that team, I think I might change mine from 2-1 to 3-1 as well. I'm going to change mine to 3-1 to Tottenham as well. Adam Jones has gone 4-3 to Spurs. Lots of goals predicted in this game. The Sheriff, big up. Hope you're well, buddy. Happy birthday for the other day. How drunk were you? It's your birthday. You're allowed to be. Big up 5-0. Mark's gone with 5-0. Jazz said timing is everything. Is that in life or in football? Or yes, but yes, it is. Of course, Timo Werner is starting. Of course he is. What the F is Ange Ball? When does Perchy's loan deal expire? I don't know. If Perchy's in the chat, he can let you know. But he lives in Spain, so I feel like he's permanently on loan. That one. Foxy said Valise poor so far. 1 goal in 9. It's going to be interesting, isn't it, to see what happens with that boy's career. Davo said Werner and Johnson hat-trick incoming. Let's hope so. I'll happily take the 6 goals if those 2 score. Big up to Now FM. Big up to you. Hope you're well. As you join the chat, people, smash the like button. There's nearly 360 of you in here and growing by the minute, but only 132 likes. And it's time for me to tell you again, once we get to 14,000 subscribers, we will be giving away 2 tickets for Tottenham versus Ipswich Town. And that person will win a free Spurs shirt as well, just to give you an idea of how far away we are from that. Not a million miles, but we could be better. 13, 8, 3, 4. So once we get the last 160 odd, we will be doing a draw. A win today moves up nicely. Absolutely. You've got to win today. We will win today. I'm confident we will win today. I'll be clipped saying that if we don't, but these are the sort of games you've got to win with, they've not won a Premier League game for 43 days. They've got players missing. I truly believe we should be winning that. Cedar said, I'll be fuming if we don't beat these lot. I agree. This is a game we've got to be winning. No excuses. I fully expect us to as well. Chelsea drew with Forest. Wasn't expecting that. Well, listen, Nottingham Forest, Miss Bunny, Nottingham Forest have lost 1 of 7 games. That's brilliant. I mean, for a team that are probably favourites to go down, or one of the favourites to be in a relegation battle, they've only lost 1 in 7. So they're doing well. Hang on. 10 men. Poor Timo Werner. I'm going with 3-1 to Spurs, Frank J. What are you going with? I'm going with 3-1. I feel like, as I've said, I feel like this is an understrength Brighton. I think we're strong. Other than Sonny, I would suggest this is our strongest team. Other than Sonny, right? So I think we should be winning this. Gus Parker's going with 4-1 to Tottenham. Yeah, but fans do get silly, don't they? Look, you've seen fans in my show today saying that we're going to be in a title race. So fans just say anything, don't they? Nick Gray, big up Nick, has gone with 3-1 to Spurs. Yusuf has said, I'm going 3-2 to Brighton. Is that more hope than expectation? Do you truly believe, Yusuf, that Spurs are going to lose 3-2 to Brighton? Let me know. Daniela Stewart says Savva would be concerned if Liverpool start looking at VDV to replace Van Dijk. Listen, I'll be concerned if anyone comes in and puts in a massive bid for Mickey van der Ven. Frank J, I can't win. If I had said I expect Brighton to win this game, you would have gone, oh, you're so negative. I say Spurs are going to win 3-1. It's Savva, make this clear now. Brighton is a tough away game, a huge test. Now don't underplay this fixture. Guys, girls, are you seeing that? I can't win. All right, we're going to lose. We're going to lose 2-1. Yeah, it's really tough. Listen, they're missing a lot of players today. And I think I can't see it. They're not in great form. I can't see that this should be a tough test, if I'm brutally honest. What you're doing there is you're setting yourself up, Frank, for if we don't win, to turn around and go, no, tough game. So give me your score prediction, Frank. Please do. Ryan has said, come on, you Spurs. The White Rooster said 2-2. Might get brought down to earth a bit. Hope I'm wrong. I can't see it from the team, but we'll see. Don't do scores, but Spurs win and Johnson to score again. Fair enough. Lee said, we're getting a spanking today and a Spurs win. Oh, you naughty boy. Naughty Lee. 3-0. Spencer Spurs TV said 3-0 to Spurs. Paul has just added in Valise, 20 million. What a joke. Yeah, poor scouting, whoever scouted him. Philip Bidwell, to big up Savva. Your ladies have got 6 minutes to nick a 3-2 win, but I want it to go the other way. Liverpool to actually nick it. I haven't been keeping up with that scoreline. Apologies, and thank you to whoever did just subscribe. Really do appreciate you. Would I take a draw right now? Absolutely not. This is a very understrength Brighton with some top players missing. I fully expect to be going there and winning. I fully expect to win this game. Spurs forever. So I think Brighton won't be defending so high today. I think they're mad if they do. We need to be careful of those crosses into the back post area today, hoping for a 2-1 win. I think where we're going to see Brighton dangerous is where dangerous, I think, is going to be Minte and Mitoma down the wings. But I fully expect to win this game. No, Cold Army, I don't change my mind on players in 2 weeks. for me, I can't believe I've said this so many times. For me, it's not just about Brennan Johnson scoring goals. It's him as a footballer. But listen, I'm not going to get into a Brennan Johnson conversation. But no, I don't change my opinion overnight on things. Danny Emerson, 5-2 Spurs. Want to see a Burnley away from last season. 6 wins in 6. Show some consistency and put Spurs 6th in the table. That would be very nice. That would be absolutely very nice. The atheist baller said, Savva, today you look like Eminem. Okay, fair enough. At the moment, he is rocking facial hair, Eminem, from what I've seen. Where are we? A Werner hat-trick today. Missed chances, not goals. Yeah, listen, I mean, I really hope he scores, to be honest. Listen, do I rate him? No. But I just feel like the guy needs a goal for it doesn't mean I want to see him in the Spurs team, but I hope he gets a goal for his sake. Gussigo has said this game is a must-win in order to continue with our momentum into the international break. Big up, Savva. Completely agree with you, and big up to you as well. Free the right side has said, got to go and get 6th. Only a point off top 4 will be great to go into the break. Listen, absolutely. It's vitally important because the next game is West Ham at home that I fully expect to win as well. MC Kelsey said Liverpool ladies penalty 3-2 in the 93rd minute. Oh, the Spurs ladies have gone all Spursy. Sav, any clue why Henry hasn't been live? No, none at all. I haven't spoken to him for a while. I'm sure he's just busy. I'll check in on him later on. I'm sure he's okay. I haven't heard that there's anything wrong. Brighton have a new left back. He's from Turkey, I think. Hopefully he's crap. I know he's a good player, Kadoglu. He's a good player. I like him. Marcel has said 2-1 to Spurs. Elvis has gone 4-2 to Spurs. Robert has gone with 2-0 to Spurs. A professional 2-0 win. I like that. Not just a win, a professional 2-0 win. Juice just said this is the middle-aged dad version of Next Top Model, the next super pundit. I have no idea what any of that means. But yeah, why not? I don't have any clue. What is Next Top Model? I don't no idea. Philip Randall said, Daniela, that isn't something beyond doubt happening. Sorry, I have no idea what that's talking about. When I look at, here we go. This is interesting. So Sky Sports are putting up on the screen at the moment, Brighton and Tottenham style. So for possession, Spurs are ranked 2nd in the league. Brighton are ranked 3rd. For passes, short passes, Spurs are ranked 1st. Brighton 4th. Crosses, Spurs are ranked 1st. Brighton are ranked 2nd. High turnovers, Spurs are ranked 1st. Brighton are ranked 2nd. And pressed sequences, Spurs are ranked 3rd. Brighton are ranked 2nd. And for distance, Spurs are 3rd and Brighton 2nd. There's a lot of similarities, but I just don't think they've got quite the quality we have. But you can see what he's trying to do there. Frank's gone with, so Frank, you've been more negative than me today. Frank's negative, everyone. Frank's someone who gets on my back every show about me not being positive enough. And then I say 3-1 and he wants to have a go. Please do smash the like button. We should be on 200. We're only on 165. And please do keep subscribing as we strive towards that 14K. Where are we? Aidan says, Savva, never used to be a big fan of you. Okay. But I'm sort of addicted to watching your stuff now. A bad first impression, I guess. You're a great man. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I did a free game ACCA for 3 0-0s. Our game yesterday, a Villa game, and now need Brighton. Wow, what was the odds on 3 0-0s? That must be pretty high, right? Where are we? We're not a selling club. VDV isn't going anywhere. Junior, we've always been a selling club, my man. I hate to break it to you. Listen, at some point he'll leave. At some point. Miss Bunny said, Aidan, what a lovely comment. Yeah, do you know what? It's very rare for me to hear nice things. And you know the worst thing is I really need a wee. And I've got no way of going to a wee without leaving this unattended, which is crazy. Miss Bunny said we didn't pay nearly 50 million for tap-ins. John has said, I think you have said that Spurs haven't secured the top players needed to challenge. Apart from Timo and the baby Spurs, all others are part or have recently been part of the national teams. Sure, there's a huge, nearly every player nowadays is international. There's a huge difference between being international footballers and being ready to compete for a Premier League title. Huge difference, John. Huge difference. I don't think Eminem. That's a new one on me. Where are we? I'm going for a 2-2 draw. Says Nicola, 2-2 draw. Vindaloo saying this is a weak Brighton team. I actually think we're going to, as I said, I think we're really going to win today. Yeah, I hated you. Not so much now. Big up to Gary Joseph. Said not the same Brighton as last season. 3-1 to Spurs. I think 3-1 as well. I think 3-1 as well. Strip Bear said, your owners love the cash. Yeah, how did you know? The fake Slim Shady. I don't know where this is coming from. Where on earth has this been coming from? If I go for a wee, will everyone wait? Will everyone wait? Give me 1 minute. And I'm back. Sorry, it would have been quicker, but you've got to wash the hands, haven't you? You've got to wash the hands. Big up to each and every one of you. I'm so sorry how unprofessional. I just really needed to go for a wee there. I'm actually on a new diet where I drink about 9 to 10 pints of water a day, and it just goes through you. And Justice, if you could hear me pee, I'd be really worried that my mute button wasn't working. Lord has said that Paulo Gazzaniga saved 3 penalties today in one game. Big up to Paulo Gazzaniga, the Girona goalkeeper, of course. Let me ask nicely before the game starts, can we get a few more likes, please, to get this up to 200? We're currently only on 176 likes. We've been going for nearly 2 hours, and let's get some subscribers, shall we? We need to get some more to get up towards that 14K mark. Where are we? Harlan said, would you rather win the EFL Cup and finish 8th or finish 3rd? 5 points off top 2. Oh, there's a question. I want a trophy. But, I mean, can I say we're going to finish 5th and the EFL Cup? But yeah, I want a trophy. I'm not apologising for it. I really want a trophy. Ryan said, looks like you've never seen a Spurs supporter before. I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. Carlos said, Savva, loving the live streams. Really appreciated. 3-0 today. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. It'd be nice to keep another clean sheet as well. 7 has said, remember more than 3 shakes counts as playing with yourself. Oh, good God. What is wrong with people? Big up to you, 7. Amin said, well, the real Slim Shady. I don't look like Slim Shady. What's going on here? Marshall Savas. Jesus Christ, what is happening here? Foxy has said, a £1.50 bet for 3 0-0 draws to win 2,778. Foxy, I just don't know how you thought that the Spurs-Brighton game is going to end goalless. I really don't know how you thought that in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, by the way, my Ackers, for anyone that cares, my Ackers are absolutely dead in the water. I had both Villa and Chelsea in my Ackers, so never mind. Alpha said that Girona game was the best game I've seen all season. Yeah, Girona are always good for a watch. They really, really are. Where are we? By the way, the game is kicking off in 6 minutes. Savva Johnson. Oh, God, Theo, this guy is killing me. Savva Johnson scoring 7 games in a row isn't overnight. Do you want him to do pointless flicks and tricks to rate him? I don't understand why Spurs fans. Again, Theo, you'll be blocked. We don't talk like that on this channel. We don't talk about agendas. Grow up. I've never said the boy can't score goals. I just say, for me, I don't enjoy watching him as a player. He might score goals, keep scoring goals. Brilliant. Hats off to him. But you're saying that the way I rate a player is the same way you rate a player. No, I don't just think it's just the goals. For me, I want to see better on the ball. I want to see taking men on. I want to see someone who scares the crap out of defenders. So no, Theo, there's no, again, can I ask people, when people say this, why would I have an agenda against Brennan Johnson? What possible reason? What could Brennan Johnson have done to me to have an agenda against him? It's just getting absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to say, Theo, are you Australian? I'm just going to guess. Your takes just colour me as Australian. Harris said, Savva needs to apologise to Ange and Johnson. Harris, one more of them, you've gone. By the way, anybody who comes into my channel and talks about apologising to players and managers when we're sitting 8th in the league and we don't beat top teams. Sorry, what? I'm a grown man. Why would I apologise to somebody because we've beaten some teams we should? What is going on? Harris, grow up, mate. You really need to grow up. Yeah, I can't see it, Foxy. Foxy, if you predict a 0-0 on this one and it comes off, fair play to you. Juice just said, in England, you have food carts selling straight up baked. Scott Emma said, people have said some mean things to Savva. These M&M comparisons might be the worst. Oh, mate. Listen, I'd rather be called M&M than all this stuff. But Harris, last chance. Grow up. No one said Ange out. Stop this. Harris, you're turning into a complete prick, if I'm going to be completely honest. You did this last stream as well. You keep being a prick. And I'm not mixing my words. Grow up. We're here to watch football. Not everything you need to try and drive a division between people. Grow up. Spurs Forever said, think Brighton will score within the first 10 minutes. We'll see. I just can't see it, but we'll find out. Carlos, yeah, this guy is mad. I reckon he's followed Angier from somewhere else. I just don't think he understands Spurs. Striker, I can't be bothered. Mate, honestly, I have to be because I get so many idiots. Like, what is this new thing? Apologise. I'm going to apologise because what? A £50 million player scores against crap teams. That's what he should be doing, shouldn't he? Shouldn't he still be doing that? Jairaj said, Johnson is still an average player. His goals are all about having minimum touches and finding himself in a position to score. When he's surrounded with players, he can't save himself. Listen, all I want to see is, fair play. Hats off to him. He's in a great run of goal-scoring form. Do I enjoy watching him play? No. Does that mean I take away from the goals he scored? No. It's absolutely mad. Isn't it funny? No one apologised to me last year when I was called a mug for saying Spurs weren't in the title race. There we go. I knew it. Guys and girls, I can call them. I've lived in Sydney for 15 years, but it's nothing to do with my opinions on Spurs. I think I'm very objective. Maybe a tad optimistic, but I really see and believe this group of manager. Sure, Theo, before you see and believe in them, they have to show fans, right? They have to show fans. How long you supported Spurs? I'd really like to know. I hear this all the time. I really believe in them. Sure, show me. Show me, right? It's absolutely mental. When you say you think we're objective, you just said that if we win today, we're in a title challenge. Theo, you're a nutter, mate. You're an absolute nutter. Big up, Chloe. How you doing, love? Hope you are well. Said this happens in every fan base now. It's ridiculous. I know. Somebody scores a goal. Oh, you watch when Spurs win at the end of the game, Chloe. You watch. Spurs win this game. Like I've said, I think we're going to win it easily. You watch how many people come in and go, you're in the mud after predicting Spurs would win the game. It absolutely blows my mind. Big up to Seven. Said, I'm going to go and watch the game. Be back at half time. Big up to you, Seven. He's been a member for 13 months now. Big up to you. True loyalty right there. Big up, my man. Dean, I didn't make it to the gym. I stopped streaming. Then I helped the wife with something. And then before I knew it, I was putting on a bet and I was having lunch. And I was like, so I'll have to go. I'll have to do a double session tomorrow. Guys, girls, for anyone that's not watched me before, I do get very much into the commentary of the game. So if I go quiet, it means something not really happening. I'll try and give you all the information. Let me know who needs in-depth commentary. I'm sure some of you will, some of you won't. But this is the last chance. I'm going with 3-1 to 3-1 to Tottenham. Tottenham 3, Brighton 1 is my prediction. I just don't know. They've got enough experience in their team to cope, but we will see. We will see. Hopefully I've got the timer all ready to go. Big up. Are we playing that horrible kit again? Oh no, it's the horrible kit, isn't it? It's the horrible kit. Yeah, see you half time. Big up, my friend. Enjoy the game. Miracle Mile said this Brighton team keeps finding gems from all over the world. That they do. I've got no doubt about that. But what happens is they lose those players and then have to build again. Crystal Palace fan there, right, Chloe? You're Palace, aren't you? Yeah, you are. That makes sense. Yeah, sorry, Dean. Yeah, my bad. I should have gone. But I have replaced my roast dinner today with a sweet potato and tuna Greek yogurt. So listen, we're on course. Listen, it is going to kick off right now. Tottenham Hotspur against Brighton. Let me get the timer ready. Hopefully the timer works. Spurs are in a huddle in the middle of the pitch. Vicario's doing all the talking as far as I can see. Was it Vicario or Romero? I think it might have been Romero. That might make more sense. And we're going to get off and underway with Danny Welbeck and Jorginho Rutter kicking off for Brighton. And here we go. Tottenham Hotspur away at Brighton. Here we go. I think this is going to be a very, very interesting game. Tottenham moving through the gears very early on here. There's a great ball. Timo Werner down the line. Square it. Oh, it's an awful ball right in front of Brennan Johnson. And in the first 10 seconds of the game, Timo Werner had all the space in the world. The ball was flicked through to him by Solanke. He's onside. He's got all the park to run into. And he played the ball so far in front of Brennan Johnson. I mean, no, I can't blame anything on Johnson there. No, that was really poor for me from Timo Werner. Again, he just had to slide it. In front of Brennan Johnson. But, oh my gosh. Oh, man. But Tottenham should be 1-0 up in the first minute, and Tottenham have the ball again. Pedro Porro into Kulusevski. Kudu plays a poor pass there, gives the ball away. And James Maddison pressing on Belieber gives away a free kick. It looked like it was such an easy ball to roll across the front, wasn't it? Such an easy ball, and he didn't. So here comes Brighton now down on the right-hand side. Spurs are quite high with the line here, and the ball's gone down the line. Mickey van der Ven's not going to lose that foot race against Minte and clears the ball for a throw into Brighton. Mickey van der Ven's not losing that. So here's Brighton. There's the ball down the line. Here's Jorginho Rutter, I think that is. He's tussling with Van der Ven. He's still got the ball, Jorginho Rutter. He's going to try and take on Van der Ven. He does. Pulls the ball back. And it's looped into the arms of Vicario. So Brighton having their first taste of possession in the Spurs half. Yeah, lots of people saying lots of choice words about Timo Werner already in the chat. Brennan Johnson flicks the ball onto Kulu. He's on the right wing at the moment, Kulu. He's going to run at his man, is he? He is. He's now made it all the way into the box. He takes a touch. He has a shot, and it's well defended in the end by, I think that was Dunk. It was Lewis Dunk, yes. Lewis Dunk did well. He stuck with him all the way there. To be fair, it was like watching two blokes that aren't very quick at all. He kept up with him, and it flicked up off Dunk. And this has been, I think this is exactly what we thought, a very lively start. Here's Kulu again. This time loses out, and the ball is played down the line. Porro can chase back and plays it back to Vicario. So here's Tottenham again. Bentancur with the ball deep. He's the deepest of all the players. Gives it to Destiny Udogie. Yeah, Bentancur is the deepest of all our players at the moment. Now he's got Romero for support. He plays the ball out to Romero. Back to Van de Ven. And the game's kind of settled now. I think, we had that very quick first 10 seconds. But no, Udogie's going to try and quicken up the pace. Udogie now, he's running down the line. Missed the opportunity to feed Werner in. Now lays it off to Bentancur. He goes out wide to Werner. Werner is one-on-one with his fullback. Beats him. Crosses the ball. It's a poor cross again. He'll beat the man. There's no doubt about that with his pace, but he just can't cross. Now you watch what happens. Spurs will score a goal from a Timo Werner cross. So big up to everybody in the chat. Hope you're doing well. 208 of you in here. Smash that like button, please. That would be much appreciated. Here is Destiny Udogie. Plays the ball down the line, and it's come off the defender. I think that was off, I want to say Veltman, but maybe. It's a Tottenham throw-in. Udogie takes it quickly and goes back to Van de Ven. And the game has settled into a pattern where Tottenham have a lot of the football. There's a ball over the top. It's a great ball. Maddison brings it down. Maddison lets fire. And it's a corner kick to Spurs. Was he onside? That's a great ball. I think it was Christian Romero. It was very tight. If that had gone in, it would be interesting to see if VAR would look at that. But Maddison went in behind, pulled the ball down brilliantly. I think he took too long to take the shot, in my opinion. And in the end, it was Webster, I believe, who got back and cleared it for a corner. But a great pass over the top. And Tottenham have started very well here. So a corner kick's going to come in from James Maddison on the left-hand side, right-footed. So this will be an in-swinger. James Maddison, the ball's flicked over, and it's going to go over everybody. And it's gone as far wide as Kulusevski. And to be fair, I think that was Hinchelwood. Was that Hinchelwood? Possibly. Who done really well defending for a throw-in to Brighton. So just 5.5 minutes gone. And Tottenham making all the early moves here. Tottenham making all the early moves. There's a throw-in down the line. And Brighton are struggling to get out of their half at the moment. And now they've got the ball. Belieber plays the ball to Hinchelwood. Hinchelwood thought about going down the line first time, didn't, went back to Webster. And Webster now can try and ping a long ball over the top. That's a really good ball, is it? It was a good ball, but Vicario, to be fair to him, read it well, came out and headed the ball clear. And Van de Ven then mops up a mistake from Udogie. And Tottenham have the ball again. So a lot happening here. There is a lot happening in this game at the moment. And Brighton have a man down at the moment. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's see. I'm not sure who that is. Someone's flat out. The physio is on, but 6 minutes and 40 seconds gone. I think it was... is that Veltman? Is that Veltman? I'm not sure if that was Veltman. It's definitely not Dunk. I'm not sure. It might have been Webster or Veltman. One of them has gone down, and it looked at first glance that they went straight to their hamstring and held their hamstring. But the game has settled into the pattern I think most of us thought it would. Tottenham have got all the ball. I fully expect Tottenham to capitalise on this. I just don't think they've got enough. Is it Webster? It's Webster who's gone down. I don't know. I'll have a look at Brighton's bench to see who they've got on the bench from a defensive. They're bringing on, it looks like, is that Igor? They're bringing on Igor. That's definitely Igor. Yeah, he's a big guy, isn't he? So Brighton are bringing on Igor after 7 minutes, and it looks like Webster's done his hamstring there. He had no one around him. Straight away grabbed it before he went down. So again, Brighton, no Van Heck, no Webster, no O'Reilly, no Yao Pedro, no Milner. I definitely can't see us losing this game now. Definitely can't. Big up to everyone. Thank you to whoever just subscribed. That is much appreciated. Thank you. And yeah, Webster is going to hobble off here with the physio. That's a good sign, I suppose, for the player that he's able to walk off. But he did instantly feel the back of his hamstring, and Igor is going to come on for Brighton. Yeah, yes, absolutely. But listen, that's who we chose to sign, and that's who Ange chose to play today. So it is what it is. And the Brighton fans are just clapping at the moment. And here comes Igor. He's a big bugger, isn't he? He's a really big guy, is Igor. So Tottenham have the ball now, gone back to Mickey van der Ven. He plays it to Vicario and rolls it out to Christian Romero. 9 minutes gone already. I think there'll be 2 or 3 minutes added at the end of the half. They've done well there, Brighton, that time. They won that second ball, and now Brighton have got the ball at the back. They're not pushing too quickly, but there's a ball over the top. You can see what they're doing. It's like what everyone tries to do to Spurs. The ball over the top. Van der Ven got there first, but Bentancur now can come away with it. Bentancur's lost it in a really dangerous position and then wins it back, then loses it again. Bentancur, that was not good from Rodrigo at all there, and it's a foul. It's a foul by Minte, and Tottenham have a free kick. Oh, that was sloppy there from Rodrigo Bentancur, and Brighton were nearly in. You can see what the Brighton centre-backs are doing. You can see what they're doing. They're pinging that long ball each time over Udogie. Every time over Udogie. Here is Kulusevski, though, running down the right-hand side, lays it off to Brendan Johnson. He gives it to Porro. Porro dinks a lovely ball over the top, but it was just had a bit too much pace for James Maddison. You can see what's happening. Spurs want the ball. Brighton are looking for the ping over the top. It's almost like there's a memo gone round all the managers of this is the best way to beat Spurs, but whether they can is a completely different matter. So 10.5 minutes gone. Tottenham Hotspur away at Brighton, still 0-0. Brighton trying to play it out from the back now. Here's Igor. That's a good ball from Kaladoglu. Goes into midfield. Romero's missed his tackle, and that is where you see the worst of Romero. Here's Matoma, who's offside. I'll tell you what, that is where Romero had gone deep into the other half to make the tackle, missed it, and it allowed them to break. And thank goodness that Matoma was offside. He was offside, but Romero, you can't be just flying in the other half when you're a centre half. No need for that at all. And good job that Matoma was offside there. Now the ball's with Pedro Porro on the right back. Pedro Porro dinks the ball all the way over to Kulusevski. Kulusevski now, is he going to put it in first time? He drills it low, but it didn't really get the contact he wanted to, and Brighton can clear the ball. Brighton just trying to put their foot on the ball a little bit. Whoever that was wonderful play. And Brighton have got the ball down the wing. Here's Danny Welbeck, who's out here on the left-hand side. Danny Welbeck, he's held on to it along. Spurs have got all their players back now, which is good. And there's Danny Welbeck again. Danny Welbeck is trying to dance through everyone, and it's a free kick to Brighton. Danny Welbeck, he's got good footwork, you know, Danny Welbeck. Always thought that. Is he the most prolific? No. But he's comfortable with the ball at his feet. But Brighton just starting to put their foot on the ball a little bit. I mean, we've had the lion's share of the game, but Brighton just starting to put their foot on the ball, and it's a free kick for Brighton. So free kick about 35, 40 yards from goal. I can't imagine they'll have a shot. They're probably going to dink this in. It's Hinshelwood. Hinshelwood, is he going to dink this to the far post? Brighton have a few men offside at the moment. It'd be interesting to see what they do here, Brighton. Hinshelwood has dinked it to the far post. It's won by Romero, and Brighton can get the ball back here. No, they can't. What happened there? Oh, it's a French Spurs. Sorry, I thought the player left it as though it was a free kick or something. That was really weird. So Tottenham have a throw-in on the right-hand side, and Brighton waste their chance to get a shot at goal. Pedro Porro with the throw-in on the right-hand side. And Pedro Porro throws it back to Romero. He goes back to Vicario. Vicario now plays it out to Christian Romero. Back to Bentancur. Bentancur back to Romero. Romero now just slowly walking out the back. Plays it across to the left-hand side to Van de Ven. He goes into Maddison to Bentancur. Back to Van de Ven to Romero. A lot of passing going nowhere at the moment. Back to Van de Ven. Van de Ven takes a touch. Is he going to put the afterburners on? No, he's been caught. And it's a free kick. The Brighton player's not happy. Mickey Van de Ven took a chance. The ref gave it, and thank God he did. So here's Maddison. Plays it into Romero. Every Brighton player currently behind the ball at the moment in their own half. And Romero back to Van de Ven. Back to Romero. I should have that on cassette, shouldn't I? Just on repeat. Romero now plays the ball into Porro, who's come inside. Porro's going to go back to Bentancur, who's now the deepest player on the pitch. Not anymore, he's not. Back to Van de Ven, to a doggy. A doggy sloppy from a doggy gives the ball away. Really, really sloppy that from a doggy. And then Brighton are giving the ball away. Sloppy from them. And now Spurs on the counter-attack. On the right-hand side, here's Kulu. Kulu squares it to Werner. Werner didn't quite get the contact. And now Brighton can play their way out. Brighton have played their way out well there. Wasted there for me. I think Kulu's very right-sided at the moment, and he keeps his final ball has not been great so far, but he's getting in the right positions. Here's the ball played down the line. Here's Minte. Minte is running at Van de Ven. He's running at him. He's cut in, and to be fair, James Maddison, as he has done so many times this year, has come back to help out and won the ball. And I think that goes unnoticed for James Maddison. You know, I really think that goes unnoticed. The hard work he puts in there. And now Tottenham have the ball again. Been sloppy the last couple of minutes. Sloppy passes from players. Here's Romero. Back to Vicario. To Van de Ven. Van de Ven plays it long. And Solanke has won the ball. Brighton are asking for a free kick. They're saying it's an elbow, I think. There's a doggy, though, has been put in down the line. The doggy pulls it back and is out for a corner kick. No. Is the ref not giving a corner there? Well, I thought that was a corner kick. I'd like to see that passage of play again. Brighton were asking for a foul by Solanke on the halfway line. That didn't get given. Spurs then went down the line. For me, I can't see why it wasn't a corner, but he didn't give it. Brighton trying to play their way out again. They've given the ball away. It's all got a bit sloppy the last 5 or 6 minutes. A bit sloppy. Here's Romero. That's from both teams, by the way, not just Spurs. Here's Romero again. The number of times Romero and Van de Ven touch the ball. Romero, where's he going to pass it? He's gone in midfield this time to Solanke. He goes back to Bentancur. Bentancur being pressed and fouled in the end. Bentancur sometimes to me looks like he wants a few too many touches, but the free kick was given. Here's Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro is going to play the ball out wide to Brennan Johnson. His pass has flicked up off of the Brighton player into the path of Kulu. Kulu lays it back to Porro. I thought he could have put that in with his left foot there, and now that the attack's kind of died down a little bit, it's gone back to Romero, back to Porro, down the line, good ball to Kulu. Kulu, is he going to put it in? No, he's gone back to Porro. Romero back to Van de Ven. It's playing out, I think most people said it would. We've got a lot of the ball here. Here's Timo Werner. He's tried to take on his man. He has taken on his man. He's pulled it back. And that was Timo Werner in a nutshell. Beat his man with absolute ease, glided past him with pace, and a simple 10-yard pass straight to the Brighton defender. Really poor again from Werner. I don't know. I really want something good to happen for him, but it's just not. It's just not. So, yeah, this is an interesting one. Yeah, because Brighton aren't playing the high line that we saw against Chelsea. And that means we're going to have to find different ways to beat them. So let's see what we're made of. I think we will. We're having a lot of the ball. I think we're having a lot of, we're having a lot of the ball here. Here's Christian Romero on the halfway line. Guess who he passes it to? Ding, ding, ding. Mickey Van de Ven. Van de Ven plays the ball down the line to Timo Werner. Werner plays the ball inside, gets it back. And it's a foul against Timo Werner. It's a foul against Timo Werner. For any Scottish fans, Aberdeen look like they've got a winner in the last minute of the game. Norodov. Why do we never see Savva in a Tottenham shirt? I don't want to wear a Tottenham shirt. Sorry. I'm sure there's channels where they are wearing Tottenham shirts where you can watch. Absolutely. He does the hard bit. He really does. There's a great ball out there to Kadioglu. I think I'm saying that right. Someone will tell me if I'm wrong. He's laid it back to Igor. Igor goes in the midfield to Belieber, who turns, gives the ball away. Tottenham can move it out early doors. No. And Timo Werner again. Timo Werner is just giving the ball away at every opportunity here. And Spurs really need to sort that out. Here's Brighton with the ball. It's a free kick to Brighton. Tottenham have been combative in that middle third. I'll give them that. But we're starting to give away a few free kicks. I think that one was on James Maddison. Yeah, big up, Dan. How you doing, bro? Said Werner is so annoying. He's got pace, takes his man on. Good with the ball, getting into positions and even reading a game. But he's passing and shooting. Mate, yeah. Kadioglu, thank you. Kadioglu. He looks a tidy footballer, does Kadioglu, whenever I've seen him this season. And try not to drink too much. Here's a Brighton free kick in their half, in the centre circle. Bless me. Sorry about that. Here's Brighton now. They're struggling to get through us. We're pressing very well. And it's a throw-in to Tottenham. I think the Brighton... I don't know why I'm still getting... I don't know why I'm live all games search team. I don't know why I'm getting goal reports. Mickey Van de Ven now at the back. Guess who he's passed it to? He's gone across to Romero. Those two pass to each other so much. Here's Johnson, plays a good ball down the line. Pedro Porro, can he swing it in? Pedro Porro dinks it to the back post, headed in by Werner, and it's in. It's a goal. Spurs have scored. Has Timo Werner scored a header? No, it's off. So, what's going on? Right, so, wow, right, this all happened. Right, I think it's offside. So the ball, Brennan Johnson. Oh, that's tight. Brennan Johnson plays the ball down the line to Porro. Porro in acres of space, dinks it back. Timo Werner's header hit the keeper, then hit Maddison, then went in. Hang on. Oh, this is tight. This is tight. This is really, really tight here. Let's have a look. Pedro Porro. The angle of the pitch, I can't really see. VAR are going to do their thing. Here we go. I don't even think it's a Werner goal. I think it's going to go down as Maddison, but we'll see. We'll get to that in a minute. Just waiting for them to draw the line. Oh, come on, guys. I don't know what's going on here. Surely it doesn't take that long to draw a line. He's offside. He is offside. It's not going to count. I'll tell you what, fantastic ball from Brennan Johnson down to Porro. Porro, it must have been millimetres. It must have been millimetres, and the goal won't count. It's still Brighton 0, Tottenham 0. Great ball in from Porro. The header from Werner, I believe if it had counted, I think it would have been James Maddison's goal. But here's Tottenham on the attack again. Solanke with a through ball to Brennan Johnson. Spurs have scored. Brennan Johnson, 6 in 6. This boy keeps doing it. Very fair play to him. Again, a great ball through from Dominic Solanke. Brighton are complaining for a free kick. Spurs don't care. They played on. Fair play. Solanke played on. He fed Johnson through. Cool, calm, composed. Really, really good goal from Brennan Johnson. 6 in 6. The boy is on fire. The boy is on fire. Surely there's going to be no need to look at this. I can't see there was anything wrong with it. Surely no VAR, and surely a Tottenham goal. Let's have a look. So the ball's played out by Brighton into midfield. They're asking for a free kick. I can't see any free kick there. And then Solanke played the ball through, and Johnson with his left foot. So Johnson with his left foot. Really good finish from Brennan Johnson. Listen, I don't particularly enjoy watching him, but boy, the boy can finish when he wants to. Fair play, and a lot of credit there to Dominic Solanke as well. Really, Savva flip-flopping on Johnson, definitely not. Right, big up to Brennan Johnson. Tottenham 1-0, and Brighton don't really seem to have an answer at the moment. By the way, sorry, anybody who says dumb things is going to go. This guy hasn't made a comment all show and now is silly, so he's gone. I'm ruthless now. Again, grow up. Jesus Christ, what is wrong? This is when I hate doing the watch-alongs. Just enjoy the goal, people. Enjoy the goal. Enjoy the goal. This isn't about Brennan Johnson. This is about Tottenham winning 1-0. Tottenham are 1-0. Let me change the scoreboard. It's a thoroughly deserved goal from my point of view. Literally about 30 seconds after the goal was disallowed. Here's Brighton. They've beaten the press this time. Driving forward. Belieber, and he's giving it away again. We're going to keep scoring if they keep doing this. They keep giving it away, but Bentancur this time goes back towards a doggy to Van der Ven, back to Romero. I think there's going to be another goal very, very soon. I think there's going to be a goal very, very soon for Tottenham. I don't think they're going to be able to keep pace with us here. Why does my phone keep telling me that? That's fine. I know that. There's the ball into Bentancur's been caught. Sloppy again from Bentancur. That's 3 or 4 times. But Matoma can't do anything, can it? No, it's gone back into Matoma's path. And then Porro came over and played it against Matoma. But again, just got to be careful of that. I think Bentancur's been very lackluster in this first half. He keeps wanting a lot too much time. So big up to Porro for coming over and cleaning that up. Here is Vicario. He goes out wide. There's no rest up in this game. Brennan Johnson plays the ball into Kulu, to Solanke, back to Johnson, back to Bentancur. And yeah, absolutely. Long may it continue. Let's hope he scores every game, shall we? Werner has again beaten his man and then laid it off to Maddison. Maddison jinking one way, then the other, and the ref gives a goal kick. The ref gives a goal kick. Is he going to put... I think he's going to put... Maddison. Maddison is... Oh, it's all got silly. It's all got silly. It's all got silly. Not Brennan Johnson. James Maddison. He wanted a penalty. I think the ref was calling him over. Then they squared up with... Is that Veltman? He squared up with Veltman. Veltman went down as though he'd been shot. It's all really childish and silly. And Tottenham Hotspur lead 1-0 against Brighton. And at the moment, I can't see that this Brighton team have got anything for us. Let's have a look. James Maddison. Yeah, I think Maddison went down too easy as well. And then Veltman went, oh, what is going on? Get up, your men. Play football. Play football. So here's Jorginho Rutter running through. It goes to all the way out wide on the left to Mitoma. Mitoma dinks the ball towards goal, and it's plucked away. It was kind of pushed and plucked at the same time from Vicario. Brighton still got the ball. No, Porro can clear this down the field, and Porro does. Lifts it right the way down the field. I don't think Vifa is playing either. I don't. Someone might be able to tell me. Let's have a look. I don't think he is. They're missing so many players, which is why I predicted 3-1. Yeah, Vifa is not in the team. He's on the bench. But I can see another goal coming very soon. That ball cutting through them. And it's almost like Solanke's the one that's dropping to play that through ball. Here's Bentancur, wins the ball in midfield. Now Kulu's got it, and a good tackle. And it's going to be a throw into Tottenham on the right-hand side. So Tottenham Hotspur winning 1-0 away. And I'll say it again, I cannot see us not scoring before half-time another one. Good goalkeeping from Vicario there. It was a weird ball, sort of scooped into the box by Mitoma, and he sort of pushed it away. But so far, we have limited Brighton. They have 0 shots in this game, only 5 touches in our box. Here's Bentancur into James Maddison. James Maddison goes across to Christian Romero. Romero plays it out wide to Porro. Porro, lovely flick from Kulu, back to Porro. Porro plays down the line to Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson plays the ball into Porro, and Porro's pass isn't very good, and the defender gets it away, and then the Brighton keeper's had a mare there. James, they're set. It's the same as normal. It's the same. They're set to every 12 minutes, my man. Every 12 minutes. Here is Christian Romero. Got to make some money, man. I don't hardly ever get super chats, man. I'm just kidding. Here's Romero into Porro. And the way the momentum's going at the moment, I could see another goal. Here's Kulusevski into Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson lays it off to Maddison. Maddison to Bentancur. Bentancur to Udogie to Werner. Werner cuts in, dinks it to the back post, but again, there's just no real quality there from Werner's pass. Here goes Brighton. They're trying to break. They can't get out. We're pushing them in. The press is brilliant. They can't get out. They've gone all the way back. Andre, we are a grown-up channel. We don't talk like 12-year-olds about mudding haters. So, listen, you don't have to be here. You don't have to be here. Don't have to be here. And a foul throw from Brighton. They've not had a good half so far. 31 minutes. Just coming up to 31 minutes gone. Brighton at the moment have no answer for Tottenham Hotspur. They look very flat would be the word I would use. They've got some good players, but it looks very young, very flat. They've beaten the press this time. Here's Belieber. He's going to play that ball down the line to... No, he's not. He held on to it for ages there. Plays the ball all the way out wide to Mitoma. Mitoma brings it down. Whips in the ball. It should be 1-1. Guys, it should be 1-1. It should be 1-1. Danny Welbeck's missed an absolute... He's done a Timo Werner. He's done a Timo Werner. The ball came all the way. I think it was Mitoma. Let's have a look here. Danny Welbeck. Not Danny Welbeck. The ball by Belieber was played out to Mitoma. He whipped it in. No one on him. No one on him. Outside of the boot. And Danny Welbeck has skewed it wide. And Brighton will rue that miss, I feel. Werner has been good. I mean, we've got very different definitions of what good is. So Timo Werner now has got so much space on the left-hand side. And again, sorry, do you want to... Enigma 6 said it's been good. He's just forgot to take the ball with him. Here's Brighton now, another switch ball. They're starting to get some joy down Matoma's left. He takes on Porro. Here's Matoma, pulls it back, and Spurs clear it. So Brighton in the last couple of minutes have just started to put a bit of pressure. Matoma with a couple of very good balls into our box. Should be 1-1, but it's not. It's still 1-0 to Tottenham. Here's Matoma to Kadeoglu. He's gone all the way over. I tell you what, he switched off. And a doggy, for me, I've said it before, I'll say it again. For me, he just switches off all the time. The ball went over the top. He had no idea the man was behind him. And Brighton couldn't capitalise. Brighton in the last couple of minutes just starting to put a bit more pressure on the Spurs goal. Here's Minte with a corner kick. Minte with a corner kick for Brighton. Lots of pushing and shoving in the box. Corner's coming deep and headed out by a Dogi. And it's going to be he's got a free kick, I think. He's got a free kick there. For anyone that cares, Harry Kane's Bayern Munich are losing 2-1 away at Frankfurt. Yeah, look, it's Veltman and Maddison are having a ding-dong battle in here. I can see them both getting a yellow or a red as Kulusevski is tripped cynically that time. Tripped absolutely cynically by Igor. And Igor goes into the book and Kulu is down and holding his ankle. Is it his knee? Sorry, his knee. I mean, that's an absolutely crazy take. You wouldn't swap Matoma for Timo. I mean, okay. The very next person says Werner out. Ian has said Werner is brilliant at beating his man, but the minute he has to make a football decision, absolutely. Yeah, he's a runner, not a footballer. Absolutely. But listen, the law of averages is one of these days, it's got to go right. One of these days, it's got to go right. I don't know why it's 5 minutes apart. I said it to I always said it to the same thing. There's a cross into the box. It's looped up and Verbruggen can collect that easily. So, listen, I think we've had most of the game. Brighton, just started to get the ball out wide to Matoma a bit. We need to just be careful of that. Matoma and Kadioglu linking up well on the left. Here's the ball over the top. Danny Welbeck challenged by Romero, but Welbeck won the ball. The ball's gone back to Kadioglu into Baliba, who keeps shielding himself and trying to stop the press. He's done well. Igor plays it in, and they've got the ball again. Here is a ball down the line to Danny Welbeck. He's gone into the box, but he's been pushed wide. Good defending by Van der Ven. And Matoma's played it in to... I can't see who it was, sorry, but now that it's Danny Welbeck on the left. Here's Danny Welbeck. Danny Welbeck. I mean, I don't know. Andre, I don't know what have I not been positive about? I said Spurs are going to win 3-1. I said I think we're going to score a second goal. If you need to go, mate. I just don't know I just don't know. Okay, can't win. Here's Brighton down again. They're terrorising Porro down this side. The ball is whipped in. Brighton with a header and it's flung wide, but they're just starting to get a few chances. They're just starting to get a few chances and everything they're doing is coming down the right. And for whoever said this, I mean, again, I can't see what is. Matoma's just put in 3 wonderful crosses in the last 5 minutes. I don't know what you're seeing. I mean, look, Frank, I mean, come on, please, like, I give up. Anyway, there's Solanke with another ball that split the defence. Timo Werner this time lays it off to Maddison. Maddison with a shot and it's in and the keeper's made a howler. Maddison won't care. Tottenham 2, Brighton 0. I told you a second goal was coming and this is all a little bit easy when we go forward. Verbruggen will not want to see that again, but James Maddison will, and Tottenham Hotspur are 2-0 up. James Maddison getting in and amongst the goals. And again, this was a good ball from Solanke. He split the middle of the defenders. It went out wide to Werner. Werner with a 2-3 yard pass. He couldn't get that one wrong to Maddison. I'll be honest, I didn't think it was a good effort. Let's have a look. Solanke holds up his man well, plays the ball through the middle. Great ball. Werner this time just lays it back a few yards to Maddison. Maddison has a shot. And Verbruggen. Oh, Verbruggen. Tottenham 2, Brighton 0. It was all too easy. James Maddison probably can't believe it went in. But Timo Werner with an assist. Tottenham 2, Brighton 0. Tottenham are going to go into sixth in the table tonight. It's all going very much to plan at the moment. Brighton don't have an answer when we go at them through the middle. They just don't have an answer for it. Told you, a very young midfield. I don't think their two centre-backs are the best. And we are really taking advantage of it. Video complete. Again, I will get rid of... Sorry, not this one. Again, why can't idiots like you just be happy we've scored? Solanke's proved me wrong at what? What is it that I've said about Solanke? That I just can't deal with these kids. I can't deal with these kids. It's just getting really, it's getting really, really stupid. Can't we just enjoy that Spurs are winning? Here's Minte down the other end. Brighton in the box, but Spurs have got so many bodies box, and Brighton have got no way through here. And here's Igor, plays the ball out wide to Mitoma. Mitoma plays the ball down the line to Kadioglu. Porro, really poor defending that from Porro. Should have cleared that. Mitoma tries to cross it in. Good defensive work there from Brennan Johnson. The ball's gone back to Kadioglu, whips it in, and Danny Welbeck heads it just wide. Brighton are starting to have a few chances. They're starting, and everything they're doing is down this left, their left. Porro, again, as good as he is going forward, defensively, just not, just not quite getting out to Mitoma quick enough. Neil, it's such hard work, mate. I put on a show. We're now nearly 3 hours into the show. Spurs, it's absolutely mad. Exactly. This is what I mean. No one wants to celebrate Spurs anymore. What they want to do is, I told you so. By the way, I'm not sure what I've said about Solanke. I haven't said anything about Solanke for a long time. I really don't know. Guys, absolutely mad. Yeah, listen, we'll take it. We'll take it. I think the keeper's had a howler, but we will take it. There's a ball over the top. Van der Ven's going to mop it up as he is. But again, just warning signs that the ball over the top. But Tottenham, I mean, when we go forward, we do look like scoring every time we go forward. Here is Kadioglu again. Again, it's all down the left. Mitoma this time has given the ball away, but it's all down this left. It's all down this left. Lovely ball by Kulusevski with the outside of his boot. Laid back into his path from Brennan Johnson. This is where Spurs are ripping them apart. There's a ball, and that one wasn't the greatest, but it's fallen to Maddison. Maddison sweeps it to Werner. Werner, he just couldn't get his foot wrapped around it. Absolutely. Or we will start blocking. But it's just got boring now. I am a Spurs fan, and these people don't let me enjoy it. It's just getting silly. Oh, Gus, listen, at the moment, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll worry about those games when we get to them. At the moment, this is what you want to see. At the moment, Brighton have no answer for us. My only concern is down the Brighton left and our right. And again, it's a lot of the ball is going to Kadioglu and Mitoma, and they're linking up well. But at the moment, it's the perfect away performance, isn't it? It's a perfect away performance so far. Here is Minte. Michelle, we're blocking people. We're blocking. I just don't. It just gets really. It gets really tedious. People don't seem to care that Spurs are winning. It's, Johnson scored, Solanke assisted. Like, As though I've said we're going to lose I said we're going to win 3-1. I just don't understand what's happening. I really don't. The fan base has turned horrible. Really, really horrible. But it is what it is at the end of the day. So Vicario bringing the ball out. And the ball goes back to Van der Ven. Back to Romero. If I go a bit quiet, it means nothing's really happening. You're not missing out on anything. And there's another good ball. Another good ball. Johnson's going to get there. He's going to finish, as he no, over the bar. Should have been free. Brennan Johnson should have been free. This time he just leant back a bit and the ball flies over the bar, but we can allow him that time purely because he's on such a hot goal scoring streak. Should have been free though. He was through, but the back lift took it away from him there. So should have been free. Should have been free. So Tottenham winning 2-0 away at Brighton. It's been a very, the odd scare from Brighton, but in the main, a very comfortable first half. Credit where it's due. This has been a brilliant away performance to back up last week's away performance. Said I wanted consistency. We're starting to get it. Can't knock it. Now we just got to be professional and see this out. I think a third goal absolutely kills this game. Absolutely kills it. No, again, by the way, guys, when any of you see this, this isn't true. This isn't what I said at all. This isn't what I said. This bloke, let's just block that idiot. Any liars from now on, just going to get blocked. I just want grown-ups in here that want to watch and talk about football, right? That's all I'm trying to create. I'd rather have less subscribers and less followers, right, than all these idiots. Oh, mate, they never do. They never do. They never do. They never do. So here's Brighton on the right-hand side. Yeah, they're struggling, Brighton here. They've gone back to Dunk. Dunk plays the ball out wide. They've got the ball on the right-hand side this time. We haven't really seen a lot of them from the right. Everything they've done has been down the left. And Matoma's put in some wonderful crosses that they've not capitalised on. But we should have been 3-up. Should be 3-0. This game should be over. The next goal, as always, at 2-0 is very important. Here's Matoma again on the left-hand side. Matoma running at Porro. Another good ball in. This time cleared by Romero. And Matoma's got the beating of Porro every single time. And a free kick given away this time by Brighton. But Matoma, he's got the beating of Porro every time. I would love Matoma in a Spurs shirt. I think he'd be the ideal Son replacement. I really do. I think left-hand side beats a man, puts the ball in. No, David, I'll block them because I get it all day, every day. It's just hard work. I want to enjoy my team winning, please, if that's all right with you. Here is... Here's Christian Romero. Sorry, I forgot his name there. Don't know what happened to me there. Here's Christian Romero. Plays the ball out wide to Mickey van der Ven. By the way, Brighton have now conceded 6 goals in 2 or 1.5 games. 1.5 games. There's the ball that's gone into Solanke. Solanke's almost playing like a number 10. Solanke is almost not a number 9 at all. He is so deep. There's nothing wrong with it while it's working. Here's Igor. Plays the ball into Hinshelwood. And there's a ball over the top Romero can clear it, but it's going to go as far as, no, it's not. I thought it was going to go into the path of Mitoma, but Romero came out and done well there. I think Romero's done some really good things this half. Couple of silly moments, but some really good defending this half. Here is Igor. He goes down the line to Mitoma, to Kadioglu. Kadioglu and Mitoma from behind have both got kind of like long, dark hair. There's a good ball over the top for Brighton. I don't know if it's going to be offside. It is. Spurs highline work to treat that time. The White Rooster has said, I think Mitoma and Minte would be a Son and Werner replacement. Well, listen, we haven't seen too much of Minte. I like him as a player. I haven't seen too much of him here. But Mitoma looks very dangerous. He's been the bright spark for them. Thank you, Deborah. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's just, you know what I mean? Like 40 years of support. It would be nice to just be able for Spurs to score a goal without people like this guy saying things like he said. And there is the half-time whistle. Tottenham Hotspur are 2-0 up at Brighton. And, I mean, cruising. I could say cruising, I think. Yeah, they've had some good things on the... They've had some good moments on the left, but in the main, whenever we go forward, we really do look like carving them open. Again, they've not learnt their lesson. They're not dropping back. They're trying to play not the same high line, but they're trying to play a highish line. And Solanke's through balls are just cutting them open. Yes, Solanke's through balls. You would have thought it would be him on the end of the through balls, but it's not. It's been Werner, Maddison, Johnson, Kulu. Long may it continue. Guys, girls, let me stop the clock, shall we? There we go. Let me stop the clock. 1 second. 0-0. Guys, girls, you know the answer. You know what we do. Oh, no, that's not right, is it? 45. Boom. There we go. Come on. No, I always get this wrong. No. There we go. So we're ready for the second half, and when it kicks off, let me know 5-word answers. Everybody knows 5-word answers. Solanke, great balls. That sounded wrong, didn't it? Solanke playing some great through balls. Johnson is on fire. He can't miss at the moment, apart from the one he did miss. 6 goals in 6 games. Fair play to him. I always thought he could finish. I just never thought he had that level of consistency. Fair play to Brennan Johnson. Timo Werner has had a very mixed half. Some great bits and some terrible bits as well. I think all in all, I think we've dominated this game. I haven't seen the stats. I haven't seen the possession. Enigma, I don't know what game you're watching. I don't think I could say he was good. Going past your man with pace is fine. It's what you do with it afterwards. But I think Spurs have been very good. I think the 2 centre-halves have been good. I think Porro's struggling defensively, but going forward looks very, very strong. For me, this game, come out, get a goal, put it to bed, get on a couple of the youngsters, bish, bash, bosh. Tottenham will be 6th in the league. We're currently sitting 6th in the Premier League with West Ham to play at home, and I fully expect to beat them as well. And that would be 4 Premier League wins in a row. So at the moment, Tottenham Hotspur sitting on 13 points in 6th with 45 minutes to go. Let's have a look at some of the comments. 5-word answers. I mean, you can do more if you like. Fucci said Bentancur needs to fix up. Yeah, I think he's getting caught a little bit. But it almost looks like he's getting bored at times. Solanke, exquisite balls indeed. Absolutely. Who doesn't like exquisite balls? Spurs forever said Solanke having a top game. He is doing really well. And not really in the centre forward area. He's dropping deep. It's almost doing the Kane role. Brighton should have 1 goal, but we should have 4. Absolutely. We should have scored more. They should have scored. We should have scored a couple more. And it kind of evens itself out. Where are we? More goals to seal it. I think I'm going to stick with my 3-1 prediction. I really think I am. A great half. Ange is learning. Fair play, yes. Werner has Veltman on toast. He can't keep up with him pace-wise for sure. He really, really can't. Ange Postecoglou's in the chat and has said, I am taking Werner off. I mean, this is a little bit over the top. Solanke on the ball is world class. I mean, okay, absolutely. Listen, pace, brilliant. Pace 10, passing 0. Phil Moss has said 5 words: decisive, slick, swift, clever, finishing. Absolutely. Enigma 6, I think everyone right now would love to see Werner come off and Mikey Moore come on. I think that would be absolutely brilliant for the lads' confidence. By the way, please do keep smashing the like button. We've been really poor with that today. Only 264 likes. There's nearly 600 of you in here. We should be on 350, 400. And we are only 150 away. 150 subscribers away from giving away 2 tickets for Tottenham Hotspur at home to Ipswich on the 10th of November. Once we get to 14,000 subscribers, we're going to give away 2 tickets. Surely you guys want to be in that draw. And the winner will also win a free Spurs shirt. So a free Spurs shirt and 2 tickets to watch Tottenham versus Ipswich Town at home. Where are we? Andrew will make Spurs champions. 5 words. Again, tell me when. Tell me when, so that I can take the opinion seriously. For me, listen, I can't. Anyway, I'm not even going to entertain it. Scott has said 6th in the league. Doesn't get any better than that. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Spurs Forever said only Werner positive is his assist for a simple pass. Fairness to Johnson, he's improving with his basic control and keeping the ball. But I agree he is. Listen, I'm not doubting any of that. He is absolutely improving. Kiri has said, I think Moore comes in at 60 if we get another goal before that. Yeah, I don't see the harm in letting him on now, to be honest with you. I think he could do more than Timo Werner's doing. Attacking control, Kulu, Johnson, Linker. I agree, James. As I said, James, my only concern is Mitoma and Kadioglu down this left-hand side are running rings around Porro. I think Brennan Johnson's got to get back to help them there, and Spurs need to just be mindful of that. Carl said, fair play. Solanke is a very talented footballer, not just a goal scorer. Solanke is exactly what we needed. Agreed. That's the key thing for me. Dropping the line a little bit has really helped, and less inversion. International Observer, buddy, how we doing? Hope you're well, my man. Said Ange is gradually adapting and learning. I hope I'm not premature. Absolutely. And as I always say, I can't sit there as a fan and say, I really hope he adapts. Then when he does, not praise it. So fair play to him. Listen, 45 minutes to go. I can't see. Surely I can't be the only one. I can't see them getting back into this. I also can't see them not conceding more goals. They're so wide open. It is unreal. Can I swap it for a Villa top? Mate, listen. I've said this for ages. Once we get to 14K, I'll do the draw, but no one wants to subscribe. So what can we do? Reese Wilkinson has said, although Turbo Vina has the pace, he is constantly proving how bad he is with the ball. Look, I just don't think he's what we need. In theory, yes, with the pace, but I just don't think he's what we need in any way, shape or form. For me, the only real negative to that half, where are we? Yido 67 said, Kulu's getting better. What's changed? He's moved into the middle. Much better. I don't see him as a winger. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely don't want Mitoma at Spurs. I think he's a really talented player, a really, really talented footballer indeed. I would love Mitoma on our left-hand side. Some of the balls he's putting in are delicious. I agree. Rude Boy Sound, listen, I agree. Again, right wing. I don't like him on the right wing or Kulu. I like him when he's on that shoulder and he's through on goal. If we keep doing that, hands up. Superb. But I just don't think they're wingers. The Spurs Danalist, yeah, I can't see it. I can't see that they're going to come back into this game, if I'm completely honest. I really, really can't. ASG, Savva wants Fulkrog in January. ASG, there's your last warning. Grow up. You've got to grow up. Ridiculous. Absolutely, Bader. Yeah, exactly. Fans overreact. Listen, that's what we're going to do when we win games, right? For me, listen, it's a long season. I'm learning from last year. Well, I say I'm learning from last year. Last year, the 10-game start and everyone lost their mind. Let's get through to the Christmas. Let's see how we go. Let's play some top teams. Let's find out how good we are. But at the moment, it's absolutely brilliant. At the moment, can't say anything but that. Probably another 3 goals, says Paul McWilliam. Just not sure which team will get them. I think we've definitely got another goal or 2 in us here. Rob Frank said, I'd love Matoma at Spurs. Oh, one is saying Brighton are in trouble this season. Listen, they've got a lot of players out. I think they've got a lot of their first team out. I don't think they're in trouble. When you say has no end product, he's just put in 3 delicious balls to be attacked for Brighton strikers. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, Maddison's making some great runs. I think Maddison's a very good player. And Decky is also making great runs. I would love this bloke. I would love Mbeumo. I think he's another very good player. Mbeumo, really good player. I don't know how much they would want for him at Brentford, but another very good player that would only strengthen us. Oliver has said, been impressed with Solanke's hold-up play, to be honest, and I was a bit underwhelmed when we signed him, but he's proven me wrong. Listen, for me, fine. I want to see him getting in their box and rifling in goals. That's what I want to see as we move forward over the next few months. But he's playing well today, very well. Savva, both Johnson and Son are better in the inside channel. Robert, I agree. I completely agree with you. Scott Emma said, hang on. No, not that one. That's not what I would read out. I was shouting for ages to get Kulu in the middle. Listen, I just don't like him as a winger. I really, really don't. I don't like him as a winger. I think coming inside, he looks much better. Listen, I think he's done some good things today. Some sloppy passes today. But in general, I think he's looked much better inside in the middle. Yes, he would be fantastic. Mafu said Matoma's a good player, but I'd love someone like Mbeumo. I'd love Mbeumo or Matoma. I think both would be very good on that left-hand side as the Son replacement. Errol said, I really don't know how you do it, Savva. Can't you get someone to filter the chat so you don't have to constantly entertain the clowns on it? It's okay. It's all right. Listen, these are clowns that have supported Spurs for about 3 years. They'll have the heartache, and when they do, they'll realise. Matt, I pick and choose. Listen, big up, Matt. I try and read as many comments as I can. I think I'm one of the only YouTubers that does, to be fair. Where are we? He's in the final year next year. So he's in his final year next summer, and Mbeumo worth a bid. I would all day long. Mitoma is too good to be sitting on the bench. I don't think he would sit on the bench. I would start him. Harish, you've been warned. Harish, you've been warned. No one do anything. I will sort out Harish. Harish, you've been warned. We don't do childish in this chat. You've seen that we delete people. Yeah? You keep doing this. I keep seeing you circulate around the channels. I've seen you mugging me off in channels. Just grow up. Talk football. It's all you have to do. Lord Rodney Trotter said, Levy ain't paying the money, though. Yeah, I mean, that's all. Not yet, Ben. He doesn't need to go yet. I just need people to just stop being childish. It's like we said the other day, Ben. When Spurs score, I've never known so many people that care more about something I might have said in the past than actually celebrating the goal. It seems so weird. Listen, there's a lot to be said for it. I think our best performances this year have been without Son. Yes, I do. But that's just me. I don't know. Listen, at some point you're going to have to start to think about life without Son. For me, Matoma. Because I think you've got longevity there. If you had said right now, I think he's the ideal replacement for Son. He goes at men, he beats his man, which Son doesn't do anymore. I would take him. Fernie has said, Archive will be class for you, give him time. Archive? Archie? Are we talking about Archie Gray? He's not even Archie. All right, there we go. He's not even sure. If you say so, I'll wait until I see it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I notice everyone. Matt. Brighton look like they've got a few players warming up. I would take this all day, every single day for me. Big up to Gary Morton Barley. How we doing, man? Just have to say, so much focus put on Son, but without him, we perform really well. Morton Barley, I think our best displays this year have been without Son. I think for me, he slows the game down too much. He takes too many touches. He cuts inside too much. That's just me. By the way, we are now only 146 subscribers away from giving away 2 tickets. 146. And please do smash the like button. We are now just over 310. We don't get super chats really on this channel. So likes and subscribers are very much appreciated. Oh, let me have some water. Hang on, I need some water. Kulu and Solanke doing really well. Yes, they are doing well. Lots of people now saying the same thing. We look so much better without Son. Interesting. Son as the superstar. That would be mad. Patrick Cahill has said Spurs seem to have developed the knack of scoring when they're under pressure and look like conceding. I agree on that. I really do agree on that one. Rubo Sands said Matoma, 50 million and Buemo. Brentford want shares in Spurs. Listen, I'd take him all day long, man. Matoma is Son with legs because Sonny's have gone now. By the way, Brighton have made a change. I think Purvis Estepan has come on. Looks like Spurs haven't changed anything. I mean, Son's got to play when fit. I mean, there's no one at the moment. The only person that you've got there is Timo Werner, and we all know. Spurs are going to get this game kicked off, and we are off and underway in the second half. Kate wants a clean sheet. Yes, that would be very nice. Yeah, I mean, listen, he's getting older. Now I look like James Milner. Jesus Christ. Anyone I don't look like today? It's a free kick to Tottenham for the foul on James Maddison, who's gone down holding his foot. Looks to be in a bit of pain. Can anybody confirm that for me? Sorry, I haven't got it in front of me. Did Veltman come off? So it's a free kick. James Maddison. I can feel the flu coming on or a cold or something. Big up, Rude Boy Sound. Enjoy the second half, my man. Dan, if we go 3-0 up, 20 minutes to go. Yeah, listen, absolutely. Bring him on in the middle. Bring him on. What was the change, please, people? I know that a free kick from Maddison, whipped to the back post. It's fallen to Brennan Johnson, who skews his shot into the ground, and then it's headed over by Romero. I don't think he's anywhere near as good without Kane. I don't. But listen, let's not concentrate on that right now. Can somebody please tell me who came off and who went on? That would be much appreciated. I think Estepanan came on. Anyway, Brighton. Oh, here we go. The teams. Brighton, Verbruggen in goal. Veltman, Dunk, Igor and Estepanan is now the back four. Baliba and Hinshelwood in midfield. With Minter, Rutter, Matoma and Danny Welbeck. Danny Welbeck is now running at Porro. Romero went over to help him. Porro clears it but gives it away. And Brighton have the ball. It's a dangerous ball and Solanke just won't have the legs to get there. Ben, hope you feel better soon, bro. Much love. You know I've only got love for you. That's probably a dangerous conversation for me to get into. One of my favourite ever Spurs players. Here's Matoma with another ball. And Udogie has made a mare. Udogie's had an absolute mare again. The boy just can't defend himself. He's ball watching again. And Brighton have pulled one back. Commentator's curse. I'm saying I can't see them coming back into it. Again, you all knew where it was going to come from. It was down the left-hand side. Matoma got the wrong side of Porro, whips it in. Dogi's had an absolute mare, and it's gone all the way through to Minte. He's had a mare, he's had a mare, he's had a mare, he's had a mare. Again, though, all those people saying, Mitoma, look at that, another brilliant ball in, and Brighton have got themselves back into the game. Tottenham Hotspur have our lead reduced to 2-1. We all have to blame Kate in the chat. We all have to blame Kate. She wanted a clean sheet. Just joking, Kate. Much love. Again, Udogie for me, we saw that in the first half. He does this a lot. We seem to get a lot of silly things he does. And it's a goal kick. It's a goal kick to Brighton. Hashtag blank. Oh, bless her. She only wanted a clean sheet and it didn't last for 3 minutes. But Brighton have got a foothold back in the game. Again, when people are saying Werner's done well, what you just saw there from Mitoma, that is what I want from a winger. Ball played in, beat his man, whipped in a delicious ball, they score. Van der Ven now does a little Cruyff turn, goes back to Vicario. Really silly goal to let them back in. Surely we've got more goals in us. Igor now bringing the ball out from the back. Brighton look like they got a little bit of confidence this second half. I don't know where from other than the goal, but now Brighton coming forward down the right-hand side. So the ball's gone into Minte, the goal scorer. He's cut onto his left foot. He's gone inside to Belieber. Belieber's dinked a ball all the way out that didn't reach Mitoma. Brennan Johnson can clear it out and he's headed it out for a throw-in to Brighton. So Brighton have just made this a lot more interesting than I think it needed to be. Here's Belieber in midfield. Spurs with everyone behind the ball now. Brighton just starting to ping it about with a little bit of swagger. There's the ball over the top. This time Minte wasn't on the same wavelength and it's gone all the way through to Vicario. So Brighton 1, Tottenham 2. A real sluggish start to the second half by Spurs after what was a brilliant end to the first. Here's Porro, plays the ball down the line and Kulu's crowded out this time. Then the ball's gone over the top and Dunk heads it back to Verbruggen. Yeah, I just think we need to settle for the next 5 minutes. I think, just regain some of that composure. I think we'll be okay. Here's Veltman. He plays the ball into Rutter, who couldn't take it in his stance. Tottenham are playing it out the back. Brighton are pressing well, but Tottenham are broken at that time. Here goes Udogie. He's the one. I really do worry defensively about our fullbacks. I've always said it. I think they're both very good going the other way. Porro more so. I really do worry about them defensively. Rob Frank with his 4-2 prediction. Yeah, anyone's prediction is on, Rob. I went for 3-1 Spurs. So hang on, there's a great ball over the top. Kulusevski's going to get there. He lays it back, does he? And it's gone out for he didn't go for a corner. No, Brighton did well. Igor kept it on. And now they've given it away again. And Tottenham have got the chance. And it's going to be a corner kick. Both teams giving the ball away sloppily there. Sloppily? It was sloppily? I don't know, sloppy. Both teams sloppy with their passing out the back at the moment. And it's a corner kick to Tottenham. Bayern Munich are now winning 3-2, by the way, for anyone that cares. Bayern Munich are winning 3-2. Yeah, I completely agree with you. This comment, I completely agree. Just get on the ball, slow it down. Just 5 minutes of game management for me. There's the ball laid back to Porro. Porro dinks it to the back post. And Romero, it looked like he could have just nodded it in, missed the flight of the ball. Here's Brennan Johnson from the side, and it looks like it's going to be offside. Is that offside? There's a lot happening in this game. A lot happening. So Porro put the ball in, he would have been off. Romero would have been off. I think that's why the flag went up, was it? I think, yeah, Romero was off. I desperately think this squad needs another left back to compete with Udogie. I really do. I'm just not sure how good he is defensively, guys. I know everyone will have a go. I'm just not sure. Lots of mistakes, but we'll see. Spurs, giving the ball away midfield. Luckily, we won it back there. And Udogie wins the ball there. Gives it to James Maddison, who's out on the left-hand side now. He goes to Timo Werner. Werner plays it one more to Udogie. Udogie has got 2 men for company, though. And Veltman went in a bit harsh there. And it looks like Veltman's gone down. He's holding his knee. Looked like he's twisted his knee. Douglas, sorry, what are you saying? That it wasn't his fault? I don't know. What are you trying to say there, mate? Alfie said, what I feel Udogie needs is a left-back that is defensively sound and better defending than him to help him improve. I agree. The longest scoring run in the Tottenham Premier League era, Brennan Johnson is level with Harry Kane and Teddy Sheringham. Fair play to him. Absolutely well done to the lad. And he deserves it. He deserves it. You know, he took some abuse. He shouldn't have. Fair play to him. Look, if he keeps doing that, who am I to argue? There's a ball this time out to Matoma on the left. He's got space to run into. Matoma is going to run at Porro. He's slipped a ball through. Minte's brought the ball down. They're in here again, are they? We've got bodies back now. We've done well there. We got bodies back quickly. But Brighton down that left-hand side. There's a ball looped up and off. The cross looped up off the defender and Vicario's had to just tap it over the bar. Guys, any time a ball goes down behind Porro, I'm worried. And again, I'll say it. I think Porro's an excellent footballer. I don't think he's an excellent right back. There's a cross in from Brighton and Vicario comes out to claim that nice and easily. But Brighton do look like they've just upped the ante a little bit this half. I'm still going to stick with my 3-1. Ben, absolutely. Absolutely. Long way to go. Long way to go. He's got 3 goals in the Premier League. That's a great return from 7 games. Let's let him kick on from here. Brighton win the ball back in midfield. They look a different prospect this half, Brighton. Matoma skips past Romero, and again, he's had a shot low, and it's saved. It's whipped back in and straight to Vicario. And again, and again, the ball, Romero again, this is where, when people talk about him being a brilliant defender, he steps out, and he had no need to step out there. He stepped out, didn't do anything, and then they were in. And now Spurs are in down the right-hand side. Here's Kulu. Kulu pulls it across and it's gone over everybody. And the ball was cleared by Veltman, who puts it out for a corner kick. And it's end-to-end. This is now more the game I think a lot of people were talking about all week when we said there's going to be a lot of goals. Tottenham on the counter-attack there. Kulusevski with the ball. It was in front of Solanke and it didn't make it through to Timo Werner. The ball was hooked away by Veltman. Good defending. Put it out for a corner kick. And yes, Ben, a good game of football. A good game. I'm guessing that people watching who aren't Spurs or Brighton fans are thoroughly enjoying it. Here's a corner kick from Maddison. He's gone low to Kulu. And it's gone to Porro. Porro, he's dinked it all the way back in, but that was a poor ball. And it's been helter-skelter this second half. Helter-skelter. Lovely saying. But our football's kind of stopped this half, hasn't it? I think we're hitting them more on the break. I don't know if that's by design or because they've upped the ante. But at the moment, Brighton have got a little bit of wind in their sails, should we say. There's Igor with a ball down the left-hand side. Do you know what happens when we go down the left? Here's Matoma. Matoma's played in Rutter. Rutter is through. It's 2-2. It's far too easy. That's far too easy. And again, it came from the left into the middle. Crap defending yet again. Far, far, far too easy. And Brighton in 12 minutes have come from 2-0 to 2-2. I did not see this coming, but that was really, really poor defensively. And this has been a really poor second half so far. There's a lot of time left. There's a lot of time, but my 3-1 is out the window. But let's have a look at it again. So the ball was played in down the left-hand side to Estupiñán. He put it into Mitoma. And again, I'm going to look at Romero and Udogie here. Romero with a weak tackle. Udogie with a weak tackle. Van de Ven looked like the only one who was actually trying to defend it. Really poor from Spurs. And Brighton are now in the ascendancy. It's really two really poor goals to give away from Tottenham's point of view. Really, really poor. And now Tottenham, I mean, do we now start playing like we did in the first half? Do Brighton continue what they're doing? And again, Mitoma down the left. Mitoma this time can't keep it in. He's a very good footballer, Mitoma. Really, really good footballer is Mitoma. I would take him all day, every day. And at the moment, that will leave Tottenham in 7th, 1 point behind Newcastle. A long way to go, of course. A long, long way to go. Yes, a long way to go. But really poor defending there. And again, for me, Romero, Udogie, two, I'm going to say lackadaisical for me. But here's Kulusevski going the other way. Brennan Johnson plays the ball back into Bentancur. Bentancur to Udogie. And now Spurs, can we finally put our foot on the ball? Here's Timo Werner on his right foot. Gives it to Kulu. Kulu gets it. That's one of the better balls. Kulu tries to play it through to Maddison, but the gap was, there was no space to thread the ball through. Absolutely. This guy walks in. I don't want to hear it. I'm having this guy over Son and John. I'm having him over any of our wide players all day, every day. He's been an absolute menace all game. Big up to each and every one of you. Come on, Spurs. We've got to get a foothold back in this game because this has been really sloppily, really sloppy. Dan, it was really poor defense. There's a ball into the box, the free kick, and it's a free kick against Solanke. I didn't think there was too much in it, but it's against Solanke, and it's a free kick to Brighton. Yeah, Dan, for me, I just think our defenders are just not good enough at times. Again, in-game management, is it good enough? Here's Brighton again. Romero again. Romero has to stop doing this. Brighton are in again. They're in. Here's Mitoma. He's taking a step over. Again, it is Kulu getting back. And Brighton are... Oh, my God. I completely agree. Completely agree with this. I think we got arrogant. Romero has to stop coming out and trying to win the ball in midfield. He is not doing it, and they are carving us open. This is now starting to look more like what they did to us last year. This is really poor in-game management here, but by the players. And then Minte's got the ball down the right. Minte is one-on-one. He's taken on Van de Ven. That's poor defending. He's pulled it back. Spurs are, I'm going to say it, Spurs are at 6s and 7s at the back. Spurs are at 6s and 7s. Romero is having an absolute mare. Van de Ven there just got turned inside out. All of these people that keep saying Romero comes out, he's brilliant. He keeps coming out, missing the ball and leaving gaps. Leaving gaping holes every time. Corner kick for Brighton, who are fully in the ascendancy here. Here's Minte, whips the ball to the back post, won by Dunk. And Pedro Porro can calmly head it back to Vicario. 62 minutes gone. Brighton 2, Tottenham 2. And this is like an old school Spurs performance this second half. This is really not good. Listen, I don't mind Romero, but when these people want to keep telling me he is world class and worth 100 million, I just don't see it at all. For me, far too many things, far too many Too many silly moments. Anyway, here's Tottenham. Can we go down the line now? Udogie goes into Maddison. Maddison back to Van der Ven. Van der Ven, he's got to be careful here. Oh, what are we doing? I tell you what, this is getting really poor. Van der Ven nearly caught on the ball, but in the end managed to hold his player off. The ball down the line from Brighton, headed clear. And Brighton are now winning every second ball as well. There's one of my favourites in the world. Big up, Perchy. Much love, brother. Hope you're well. Said had enough, man. All the glazing for Udogie being diabolical second half. I thought he was poor first half as well, mate. I just don't think he's a defender. Do you know what I mean? Here's Matoma, one-on-one with Porro. And he's beaten him and he's beaten Kulu. And then Porro gets back at him. And now he's still got the ball. And now Kulu. And now Hinshelwood. They're all going over. The free kick. The free kick to Brighton. I don't know what happened. Mitoma is ripping us a new one, by the way. Mitoma is absolutely ripping us a new one down this left. We have got to sort this out. Our pressing's gone. Our passing's gone. Spurs need to put their foot on the ball and sort this out. And Brighton now just got this energy, haven't they? Here's the ball down the line to Veltman on the right-hand side. Every time they're looking for that switch to Mitoma. Even then, you can see they keep looking up. Whenever they get it, there's a ball down the line to Minte. Minte, is he going to keep that on? He is. He's one-on-one with Udogie. Udogie wins it this time and then plays it out for a throw. Really poor. Mate, I'd have Mitoma all day, every day. All day, every day. I think he's a superb footballer. I really do. He's a proper winger. A proper winger. And again, Adventure Camel, yeah, we need someone now. This is where somebody needs to put their foot on the ball and calm it down for a few minutes. They're in here again, are they? The ball's got across. With that, we're losing 3-2. Tottenham are 3-2 down. This is a shambolic second half. Danny Welbeck. Awful, awful, awful defending yet again. Awful defending. How on earth in 20 minutes have we gone from 2-0 to 3-2 down? This is shocking. And Ange looks shocked. What is going on? Brighton 3, Tottenham 2. We were cruising. We were cruising. We cannot defend. We cannot defend. The throw-in. Let's have a look here. The number 14, again, Udogie can't defend. James Maddison's beaten to the... Sorry, Benson Call's beaten to the ball. And a header from 6 yards with no one marking him. This is really crap. Again, where are the centre-halves? Who is marking Danny Welbeck? Who is marking Danny Welbeck? Really poor. Listen, the only thing I can say is there is time to get this back, but Brighton at the moment are flying. Brighton are flying and Spurs have lost their way. I think he's had a shocking game, Romero. I think he's had an absolute shocking game. Him and Udogie have been absolutely awful. And we've capitulated. Let's see what we're made of. Where's the character? Brighton are on the attack again here, though. The ball is played down the line to Minte, who's one-on-one with Udogie. Udogie's taking him out, cynically taking him out. Udogie needs to come off. Udogie needs to come off. I never thought I would say this. Ben Davies needs to go on. I never thought I would say this. Udogie is a terrible defender. He's a good footballer. He's a terrible defender. This is awful. He is being ripped a new one by Minte. And Ange, does he change it up? What does he do? For me, you've got to get one of the left backs on, because this guy is having a mare. He is having an absolute mare. What do you mean this week's target is Udogie? What do you mean? No, he's just not playing well. He's not playing well. You're allowed to say it. No, sorry. This is most games. I'm sorry. He defensively, the mistakes he makes. Oh, pathetic defending. So Tottenham to defend a free kick from Brighton. It's whipped in. It's a poor one. Cleared that time. Can Tottenham break here? Kulu's trying to break. Brighton are winning every second ball. Every second ball, Brighton are winning. And Ange needs to do something here because this is slowly but surely getting silly. 3 goals in 20 minutes. I can't believe. I'm genuinely shocked. What are we seeing here? What? Here's Matoma again. He is fantastic. Matoma is absolutely fantastic. And Kulu's going to get a yellow card. He is absolutely phenomenal, Matoma. He is running them absolutely ragged. Look, he's got all those players around him. I think that was a bit soft, but he's been brilliant this game. And Spurs have 21 minutes. We've got to do something here because this is not good. All of a sudden, we were set to go 6th in the league. We were set to go 1 point off top 4, and at the moment we're 4 points off it. There's James Maddison, plays it out to Kulu. Can Spurs break? Come on, Kulu. Kulu is trying to break, but again, nothing's working for us now. Nothing is working for us. And Dan Green, absolutely. We need an experienced head now, and our captains just aren't doing it. There are 20 minutes to go. There are 20 minutes to go. God, we've got to try something different here, people. We've got to try something different here because this is not working at all. So Romero now at the back. Bentancur, lovely ball sprung out to Werner. What you got, Werner? Werner is going to cut in on his right foot as he plays it down to Kulu. Kulu, and it's a really good tackle by Belieber, who's grown into the game, young Belieber. I thought he was going to be one of the reasons we beat them, but he's been really good. He's grown into this game in midfield. He's starting to win every tackle, and we look lost in midfield at the moment. Kulu, Maddison, and Bentancur just aren't getting in on the game. People thought there'd be goals. There has been goals. It's 3-2. Can Tottenham get the 6th? Here's Maddison. He dinks it to the far post. It's headed clear. It's fallen to Werner. Werner goes back to Porro. Porro has got... Can he take his man on? No, it's crossed and it's out for a corner kick to Tottenham. It's a corner kick to Tottenham. John, all day long. Right now, I'd be doing something to double up on that guy. I'd be doing something to double up on that guy. He is causing all sorts of problems. But Spurs have got time. We've got a lot of time to get back in this game. What we can't do is concede a 4th. It's a corner kick to Tottenham. Tottenham, the ball is whipped into the near post, cleared by Danny Welbeck, then cleared by Minte. Only as far as Timo Werner. Timo Werner goes across to Udogie. Typical. The one game where I'm absolutely... I'm confident as hell before the game. Confident as hell before the game, and it backfires on me. This is why I don't ever get too carried away with Tottenham. Mark has said... Hang on, sorry. Timo Werner's got the ball. I'll come back to that, Mark. Timo Werner's cutting in. He's 20 yards out. He's had a shot. Oh, he's flown over the bar. Marcus said, all right, Sav, we just can't beat a good opposition side. I don't think anything changes. We've just played mediocre opponents. Look, that's going to definitely be a lot of narrative for a lot of people if we don't win this game. But listen, there's still a lot of time. Mark, there's a lot of time. We've got 18 minutes plus stoppage time. Yeah, but Tony, sorry for me. Yeah, but it's in-game management when you're 2-0 up. It's both for me. In-game management, and for me. Yeah, I think Bentancur's had a really poor game today. I do, but it is what it is. Jonas said still no subs, and is clueless. And Brighton are making a substitution. 72.5 minutes gone, and it is Enciso coming on. Enciso coming on. Is he Argentinian? I might be making that up. Argentinian, Uruguayan, something like that. I'm sorry, but top sides don't give away 2-0 leads away to Brighton. Yeah, look, there's time. There's time. That's Carlos. That's what we've got to hang on to here. There is time. And Jorginho Rutter has come off for Enciso, who I believe, show me, come on, is he Argentinian? And Max Vifa is coming on as well. You can't mistake that here. Lee saying, why haven't we made a sub? He clearly trusts what's on the pitch. Absolutely, you can only beat what's in front of you. But right now, Brighton are. So it's Belieber and Rutter off for Vifa and Enciso. Belieber must be running to the ground. I thought he's actually played well. Oh, is he Paraguayan? Sorry, Paraguayan. I knew there was... All right, Foxy. All right. I know you know. I knew it was South America, right? Give me some credit here. Right, Spurs have got 16 and a half minutes to find something here. Here's Bentancur, back to Van der Ven. There's a free kick to Tottenham, a foul immediately on Max FIFA. Big up to Rack Dos Madness, who has become a YouTube channel member. Big up to you, much love. I really appreciate that. Rob Frank has been a member for 5 months. Big up to you, Rob. Big up to you. 7 has said, this is pathetic. There goes my 3-1 bet. I had 3-1 as well. Listen, there's still time, 7, but thank you. I really appreciate that. And Jamie Allen, where are the subs? Shake my head, he says. Listen, I agree. Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate the super chats, guys. That's very, very generous of you. Listen, there's still time. There's still time, fans. We can do this, right? Errol has said, hang on, let's see. Hang on. Brighton trying to play it out dangerously here, but he's trying to play it out. He's beating the press. I'll tell you what, that was good play, but bad play at the same time. This will be the real test now to see where the leaders are. If you can claw it back, then I'll know that they're serious about success. Yeah, my overconfidence has totally backfired too. I'm in the mud. No one's in mud. Right or wrong, no one's in mud. We're just football fans with opinions, my man. It's all good. Here's Timo Werner on the left-hand side with a bit of space to run into. He's played it to Udogie. Udogie pulls it back to nobody, and Brighton clear it. And Brighton, who were on the end of a 4-2 hammering last week. Yeah, he scored the goal. He's done really well, Minte. He's done really well. Tottenham are about to make 2 substitutions. I know that one of them is Papa Sarr. I didn't see who the second one was. I'll let you know as soon as they go back. My brother Vifa is on. I like Vifa. He's a good player. Well, Anthony, we're about to find out, aren't we? We're about to find out how strong the squad is. We're about to find out. Vicario plays it to Romero. Romero plays it across to Van der Ven. If I ever go a bit quiet, it means nothing's really happening. But here's Bentancur in the middle of the park. Plays a really good ball out to Timo Werner. Timo Werner down the line to Udogie. Udogie, is he going to whip it in? No, he takes a touch. Back to Bentancur and the momentum's gone. Ravenite, I mean, he's not crap, is he? I think he's a decent player. I do think people go overboard, but he's a decent player. I know you were, Errol. I know you were, mate. Surely, wouldn't you get more on and try and go for it now, wouldn't you? Would you? Yeah, Jay, we capitulated in 20 minutes. We capitulated. I think it's on the players and Ange. Ange hasn't changed anything, even after we've gone 3-2 down. For me, I think when you're 2-0 up in the second half, you've just got to, be sensible. Here's Porro. Can he whip that in? Block cleared by Brighton. Brighton are doing brilliantly, you've got to say. And they've cleared it this time. Tottenham have the ball. It's Christian Romero. Going to concede 60-plus goals again this season. Well, what are we on at the moment? At the moment, Tottenham have conceded 8 goals. At the moment, we've conceded 8 goals. It's been a very poor defensive display by all of our players this game, but we've won it back, high up the pitch there. Good pressing. Werner lays it off. He's come all the way to the edge of the box. Porro has a dig. He's asking for a handball. I think it's very, very, very... I think that's desperate, if I'm being honest. Here's Mitoma again. Mitoma this time passes to his teammate who loses the ball. Great tackle from whoever that was. And Brighton are getting stuck in. But here's Spurs. Here's James Maddison. Can he unleash a shot? Left foot. And it's gone wide. They're asking for a corner, but I don't think he's going to get one. But it's turned into a real battle now. It's turned into a real battle. Tottenham are bringing on Basuma and Sarr. Basuma and Sarr. Where's Mikey Moore? We need a goal. Where's the forward players? Bentancur coming off. I agree with that. I think Bentancur's had a really bad game, if I'm going to be honest. How we flatter to deceive, says Gary. We assumed we had won, and they were totally convinced it wasn't over. Belief over complacency. You're right. Gary, I fall into that category as well, mate. I couldn't see it at 2-0, thinking we've got the formula, and it just didn't work. Werner and Bentancur off. So Werner and Bentancur off, and Basuma and Sarr on. So he's shoring up that midfield. Should have done this a long time ago, Ange, for me. I can't believe we've taken off a forward and not put another one on when we need a goal. The ref has just booked someone. I don't know who. I'll let you know as soon as I know. Bart the Bruggen, the goalkeeper, has been booked. I can only assume for time wasting. The ball balked down there. Brighton now trying to go forward again. The ball's gone back out to Mitoma again. This guy is a footballer. Look at him. He's running Porro ragged. He's one-on-one with Porro. Cuts back in on his right foot. Goes back to Estupiñán. And now Mitoma has set up Enciso. And Enciso, great tackle by Romero that time. And he's gone out for a goal kick. Much better from Romero, who I think's had one of his poor games today. Dan, big up the Hotspur Hoods, has said, this is why I say credit where due. Now, big critics, if we don't reverse it, it works both ways. 75 minutes before subs, not good. Poor management, still 15 to go. Well, there's 10 minutes to go. There is 10 minutes to go. Pascal Gross is in the stands. There's 10 minutes for Spurs to rescue this game. Can we do it? Ryan has said, how can a 31-year-old manager learn and adapt his game while a 56-year-old manager can't? Get him out the club. Wow, I think that's a bit much. And Brighton now trying to counter-attack, but James Maddison's work rate is phenomenal. He's won the ball back there. He's gone out for a throw to Brighton, but I think he saw the danger and nicked in. Big up to each and every one of you guys. We should have 400 likes. We've only got 350. Please subscribe if you haven't already. The energy that goes into doing these is really draining. So please do smash the subscribe button. We're 140 away, just over 140 away from giving away 2 free tickets. No, look, do you know what? We shouldn't do this. For me, I don't think it should be we win. Where are the haters? We lose. Where are the happy clappers? I think we're all Spurs fans, guys. I just think we need some honesty about where we are. Listen, we've been on a good run. Let's see. Can we transfer that confidence into this last 10 minutes of football and find a draw? Maybe a winner, but at the moment, yeah, do you know what I mean? Let's see. Everyone said we're different. Let's see. What are we made of here? Because we've capitulated this second half. And if this is what we're made of, I worry. But can we come back into it? Can we show that heart? Can we show that desire? For me, I don't know why the manager's taken off one forward and not put on another one. But hey, it is what it is. Sid, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. As things stand, Spurs currently sit 9th in the table, 8 points off of Liverpool and 7 points off of Arsenal, 4 points behind Chelsea and Villa. And the worst thing about this is Chelsea and Villa both dropped 2 points at home today. This is such a good opportunity to close that gap. I think we'll beat West Ham, by the way, but we can't just keep beating the bottom half teams. We've got to beat some of these better teams. Big up to Seven who said, what's with the Nike symbol going down? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Big up to you, Seven. Always with a love. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Seven. So here's Tottenham. Here's a Dogie. He cuts in, fires it with his right foot, and the keeper saves it low down. It was a decent effort with his wrong foot, Dogie. He's much better at this end of the pitch. He cut in on his right foot, and it was quite an easy save in the end. For Bruggen low, and yeah, I don't think it was really going to struggle. Look, I just think, yeah, look, it's a huge difference between playing well and being title challengers. Minte is in again here. Minte through on goal. Is he? He's pulled it back, and it's gone for a corner kick. Is that for a corner? Minte, again, we cannot defend. We are really poor defensively today. Minte went through, and Romero came across in the end. And is it going to be a corner kick or is it a goal kick? I think it's going to be a corner kick to Brighton. It's a corner kick to Brighton. John, I think West Ham, I think we'll beat them at the Lane. I do think we'll beat West Ham at the Lane. But again, we'll win that and then everyone will lose their minds talking about titles again. Again, it's about consistency. We've won our last two, but if we lose this one, it's a really poor defeat to a weak Brighton, a weakened Brighton, remember. They've got a lot of people missing. Corner kick, whipped in, headed clear by Brennan Johnson. Here's Minte. Minte has had a shot from about 40 yards, and it's, wow, that was awful. But Brighton now, 84 minutes, 37 seconds gone. Brighton 3, Tottenham 2. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, you are a bottom half team. You're 12th. Come on. Dan, for me, I just think what's unforgivable is that this is a Brighton team with a lot of their first team players missing. There's a good ball over the top. I don't know who that was at the moment, but here's Mikey Moore has come on. Mikey Moore with a ball on the left-hand side, a low cross wide, really poor. And he's taken off Madison. He's taken off our playmaker when we need a goal. Really strange decisions for me. Really strange decisions. But if it pays off, it pays off. And I can imagine Tottenham need to throw the kitchen sink here. I can't imagine there'll be a load of injury time. Solanke dinks the ball to the far post. There's no one there. And Brighton can clear it. They're making a meal of it. And Brennan Johnson closed down well, but it's out for a goal kick. Tottenham are running out of time here. There are 4 minutes plus injury time to go. Yeah, giving the guy 5 minutes for me. You put on Mikey Moore the moment we go 3-2 down. Daz, I'm in that crowd, mate. I'm in that crowd. People calling Ange clueless. Saying it's embarrassing. Yeah, look, then Philly, I've said it all along, especially Graham Bergvall for me are not ready. They're not ready. I've said this a number of times, but hey. Anyway, Tottenham win the header there, then won back by Estupiñán, who's had a much better half than the left back before him. Here's Dunk. Dunk plays a great ball down the line to Matoma. Matoma in a foot race with Romero. Romero wins it, then gives it away, then wins it back. Done well in the end, Romero there. He worries me. He really does in those positions. And it's a free kick to Brighton. Romero, he worries me. He worries me. I don't know. You need a goal and you take off a creative midfielder that scored a few this season and got assists. Listen, he'll be proved right or wrong in a few minutes, won't he? Here's Kulusevski. Down the line to Mikey Moore. Back to Kulusevski. Spurs have 2.5 minutes to rescue this game. I think we need a bit. I tell you what, James, I was just thinking in my head when I went quiet there. Yeah, a bit of urgency needed. Not blaming Ange on this. Listen, I'm blaming all of them. You're 2-0 up. You continue to play that way. And then when you go 3-2 down, you wait until 5 minutes before the end of the game to put on forward players. For me, this is manager and players. At the moment, listen, we could still get a draw here. There's a ball over the top. Dunk's going to see that all the way through to Verbruggen. Tottenham at the moment don't seem to have an answer. We really don't seem to have an answer at the moment. And this has been a really poor second half from Tottenham. A goal will paper over that crack if we can get one. But at the moment, really poor. Hang on, my TV's telling me it's going to turn itself off. What are you doing? Here's Estupiñán to Mitoma. Mitoma down the line to Estupiñán. And a ball by Romero headed back to Vicario. Vicario gives it to Basuma. Basuma to Van de Ven. Spurs have got a minute plus stoppage time. We need to throw the kitchen sink, lads. Throw the kitchen sink. Here's Romero out wide to Mickey Van de Ven. Van de Ven to Udogie. Udogie into Mikey Moore, who cuts in and doesn't get the free kick. Here's Brighton again. Down that right-hand side. They're going down Udogie's side. There's the ball given to, I don't know who that is. I want to say Veltman. I might be lying there. And Sisso, he loses the ball. Tottenham have won it back. This is a watch-along. You don't need to give commentary. Then you don't need to be here. See you later, mate. No one else has complained the whole time. Here is Pedro Porro with a ball down the line. Great ball to Sarr. Sarr whips it into the middle and it's gone all the way through. And Verbruggen is playing dangerously, but Brighton have played really well to get that out. And Brighton, they're making a meal of clearing their lines, but they have in the end. And it's a throw in to Spurs. Can't win. Honestly, Revenite cannot win. Cannot win with people. Man of the match. Mitoma, the person who with no end product, 1 assist, 3 shots, 3 chances created. Mitoma has been given man of the match by Sky. There are 4 minutes of injury time. Porro into the box and put out for a corner by, I want to say Veltman. Igor looks like he's gone down with cramp. Oh, dearie me. Spurs have got 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes to save this. And again, Tottenham Hotspur. Right, well, at the moment, Igor's gone down with cramp. This looks very much like game-wasting cramp. Yeah, listen, as I've said all along, when you play the better teams, can we get the wins? And Brighton, again, we're playing a top-half team. Brighton, Newcastle, Arsenal, and again, it looks like we're not going to win any 3 of them. Here's Brighton on a counter-attack. There's 2. Oh, what are we doing? It's Brighton have got 4. 5 on 2. Brighton have got 5 on 2. The ball's played into Enciso. His footwork and I'll tell you what, he should have passed it. He didn't. And Tottenham can break. Here's Kulusevski. 2.5 minutes to go. Kulusevski's tripped. It's a free kick to Tottenham. Brighton there had a chance to wrap that up. That should have been 4-2, but they wasted it. I don't know how long he's got in his contract, but for me, 60, 70. I think he's a really good player. So it's a free kick to Tottenham. There are 2 minutes of added time left. Here's the ball on the halfway line. The free kick is dead on the halfway line. Pedro Porro is going to launch this forward. It's gone all the way through. And Dunk, as calm as you like, has headed it back. Harry, no one needs to apologise. No one needs to apologise. We're all football. We're all Spurs fans. No one needs to apologise for anything. It's been an appalling second half. The players and the manager should apologise. There's 1.5 minutes to go. But this is going to go down. And by the way, Bayern Munich have just conceded as well. They're 3-3. Can Tottenham rescue a goal? Brighton have cleared the ball. Igor plays it out wide to And Sisso, he goes back to Veltman, who plays it down the line. That's given away to Mickey van der Ven. The worrying thing for me is that this Brighton team has got so many. They've got 4 or 5 first-team players missing. They're on a break again here, are they? They've got 1 minute to go. And Sisso, he's going to put in Matoma. No, he doesn't. He gives it away. And Tottenham have one last chance. There is a ball for Romero over the top, but it's going all the way through to Verbruggen. And Tottenham have 40 seconds left. This is not going to happen. And I cannot believe from 2-0 up, we are going to lose this game 3-2. We need a miracle. 30 seconds left. The ball is pumped long by Verbruggen. The ball is headed clear by Porro, and a foul given away in midfield. Now Tottenham have one last free kick to launch forward. Really, really poor. Basuma goes out to Kulu. Get that ball in the box. You've got to get it in the box, Kulu. Here's Mikey Moore. Mikey Moore out on the wing. He's trying to run at them. He's running at them, and he's not gone past them. The ref's having none of it. And Brighton have cleared the ball down the line. And Brighton have beaten Tottenham 3-2. I am utterly embarrassed by what I've just witnessed in that second half. Please, now, can we calm down with title talk? Please, can we calm down now with how amazing we are? This is yet another top half team that we cannot beat. We cannot beat top half teams. It is really, really, really poor. Look, we've been on a good run, but now when you look at the Premier League, lost 2, won 2, lost 1, it's just too up and down. Listen, you can beat Ferencvaros, you can beat Coventry, you can beat Karabag. You've got to win these types of games. And again, an understrength Brighton have come out in the second half and absolutely battered us. Second half, I just don't know. I don't know what to say, guys. I'm absolutely shocked. This was the game where I was so confident. I've been told we're amazing, and this is just, it's absolutely mad. Guys and girls, please do smash that subscribe button. If we get to 14K, we will do a draw for 2 tickets, Tottenham versus Ipswich on the 10th of November. We'll come to that in a minute. Again, this inconsistency proves we're winning nothing. It's too erratic. 5 wins in a row is great, but when 3 of them are against really poor teams, it does paper over cracks. A really poor performance. Let me get rid of this screen, by the way. Let me go on to full screen. Big up to each and every one of you. I literally sat there at half time and said, I cannot see how we don't win this game comfortably. I predicted 3-1 before the game kicked off. We're 2-0 up. We're cruising. And again, I thought the second half, I thought Porro, Udogie, Van der Ven, Romero, I thought they were all dreadful at the back. I thought Bentancur just fell off a cliff. Second half, Maddison, Kulu, Johnson were nowhere to be seen. Solanke had a brilliant first half, nowhere to be seen second half. That's every player, by the way, I've named that I thought had an awful half. And I thought the manager, again, just stood there on the sidelines. He stood there on the sidelines and did nothing. For me, he puts on Mikey Moore, a forward player with 5 minutes to go. It's too little, too late. For me, it's got to be much better. Big up to Hennessy, who's been a channel member for 12 months. He said, yikes, oh well, expected this. I didn't expect this today. I didn't. This is an understrength Brighton team who haven't won in the Premier League for 43 days. They have not won any of their last 4 Premier League games. And then they've just done that to Spurs. Big up to you, my man. Big up to D&B Forever with another super stick. I really appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Amari, one of my faves from Tottenham away. How you doing, bro? Hope you're good. I said playing the high line at 2-0. It's the Tottenham way. Mari, absolutely cannot understand it in any way, shape or form, how that win, for lack of a better term, has got away from us. This is why, big up Mari, love you to death, dude. This is why I just say, can we please have calm? Can we please have calm? Can we please stop? This is the greatest manager we've seen. This is the greatest football. This is winning league. We need to get consistency in the league. And look, I'm going to show you the Premier League table right now. It's up to date. I'm going to bring up the table. Just madness how I'm shocked. I'm waffling because I'm shocked at how we've possibly let that slip. Aston Villa, Newcastle, Chelsea, all above us, all drew this weekend. And we had a chance to catch them all. And we didn't. Look, I'll show you the league table. Share screen, Premier League. There we go. Hopefully everyone can see that. Look at that chance we had. Newcastle drew. Villa drew. Chelsea drew. Tottenham had a wonderful chance to be sitting in there on 13 points with West Ham at home next. And instead, look at the amount of red for Spurs. Look at the amount of red. The nearest team you have to go to that's lost 3 of their last 5, like Spurs, is Bournemouth. This is why everyone needs to relax. This is my manager. Relax. He's got to get the consistency. And look at the difference between us and then those teams in the top 5. In the top 5, right? I think if I hover over, you can see. In the top 5, look at this. 1 out of 5 red. No red. No red. No red. No red. 1 red. 1 red. 3 reds. 3 defeats in our last 5 games. It's got to improve. It's got to improve. It's fragile. And again, when we play better teams, and this, by the way, this is a Brighton team that have not been great, but were up there next to us in the league. It's got to be better. It's got to be better, as does the number of likes. Only 414 likes, 960 of you in the chat. Look, we've really got to sort this out. Spurs cannot keep doing this. Look, we beat Brentford, we beat Man United, and again, you can see where are Brentford, where are Man United. Look at the teams we've beaten. Look at the teams we've beaten, right? That we've won 3 league games. 11th, 14th, 16th. Look who we've played in that top half. Arsenal, lost. Newcastle, lost. Brighton, lost. We've got to cut this out. We've got to cut this out. Everyone, I think, can I use this as a rallying cry? It's got to stop being so much swinging. It's got to stop being, this guy's great, everyone's in the mud, you're negative. We need to stop this. We need to stop this. And then when you look at our next games, I fully expect us to beat West Ham. No offense. Look where they are. West Ham, below us. But Spurs, of all the teams, here we go. Of all the teams, here we go. I'm looking to see who else has lost 3. Bournemouth, Leicester and Everton haven't. So Spurs, Bournemouth, and the bottom 2 are the only clubs to lose 3 of the last 5 games. This has got to change. This has really got to change. I think that is so poor from Tottenham Hotspur. Listen, I don't know, guys, girls, 5-word answers. 5-word answers. There's the league table. Really poor. We've gone from the sublime to the ridiculous over a 15-minute half-time team talk. Purchase is 7 games in and we are 3 wins behind Liverpool and we have fans saying we are winning the league. Look, completely agree, Perchy. Much love, bro. You know how it is at Spurs. You know what these fans are like. It's too much too soon. None of them want to actually wait for us to be challenging for a title. It's just they want to say we are. Again, all of the great football we saw last week at Man United completely undone this week. I think in the second half, I thought the football was crap in the second half. I really do. But big up DMB Forever, who's been a member for 3 months, has said poor game management. Should have kept tight after half time. I agreed. In-game management is where we lack. This manager, for me, lacks in-game management. Instead, we capitulated. Big up to you. Tony Rodriguez has just said Ange out. I think that's a bit harsh. But for me, he's got to get better. These 5 wins for me have papered over cracks. They really have. Big up Karate has said the players are a disgrace. Big up for the super chat. Yeah, the players have got a lot to answer for there. Look, do I think it's the end of the world? No. Do I think, credit for the 5 wins in a row? Yes. But this is where it matters. This is where it matters. As George says, but Savva, we beat Hungarian farmers. Savva, we beat Hungarian farmers, Coventry and Karabag. This is what I mean. We've got to stop doing that, right? Yeah, mate, listen, I'll still get stick and it's fine and we'll get it. But listen, I feel like I'm completely vindicated in everything I've said about the club. We've got to, one, buy better. We're bringing Basuma and Sarr on to try and win a game. It's really poor and it shows we've got no depth at all. And as I said, Ange out now. So by next year, the team is a bit settled with a new manager. Listen, I'm not saying Ange out. I'm saying that he's got to get better. The players have got a lot to answer for. For me, bring on more. But don't take off a playmaker. It just seems so strange. So strange. Dan, let me know in the chat if you want to come on, mate. Let me know if you want to come on. Free the right side said, Savva, you missed out Coventry, B team, Ferris, Farris and Karabag. I mean, again, I just don't know what to say. This fan base will continue to do the same thing. We will continue to praise when we haven't achieved anything yet. And Mex Ryder said the reality is Spurs have a garbage manager. I don't think he's garbage. I just don't think his in-game management is good enough. At 2-0 up, surely you know what you need to do to win the game. At 2-0 up, surely. Yeah, Dan in the chat, let me know if you want to come on. Perchy, yeah. Spurs are 3 wins behind Liverpool, a team that lost 4 all last season. Mate, absolutely. And again, when I showed that league table and people are talking about title races, we've got to stop this. We've really got to stop this. Lots of people, a game of 2 halves, says Stuart. There's his 5 words. Everyone knows I like 5-word answers. Video complete. Sofian, thank you very much for the super chat. I said he would play Jed Spence over Udogie. Listen, I thought Udogie was exceptionally poor today. Defensively, he had a mare. I thought the whole back 4 was terrible in that second half. I thought they were really, really poor. Big up to you. Thank you so much for the super chat. I always appreciate it. Freddie with a super chat. Big up to you, my man. By the way, I'll try to get to loads of comments. Super chats, of course, will definitely get read out. Freddie said, Timo wasting so many attacks and nothing wrong in being attacking. But when it goes bad, don't just sit there. Bring on stability in midfield. Freddie, I completely agree. For me, he just sat there and watched. For me, I don't blame Ange for today. I blame the players. But as a manager, you've got to mix things up. Big up to you, Freddie. People calling Ange a fraud. Abu said a worrying lack of fight. Look leggy. No urgency at the end. Terry O'Shea said the fewest points after 7 games for 16 years. Is that true? Is that true? No way. That can't be. Is that true, Terry? Wow, that's really bad. Karate has said player switched off. Sorry, there are lots of comments. I'm trying to. Savva, what do you mean this has got to change? Did he change anything from last season? I mean, what I mean is it's got to change that we've got to start beating better teams. We can't just keep being flat track bullies, and that is what we are at the moment. But listen, we move on. We've got the international week now, which, I mean, the defeats come at the worst time, but we've then got a home game against West Ham where we've got to put it right. Rich S. Man has said 5 words, Ange is not good enough. Lots of people are starting to say this now. I am trying to get to comments, by the way, guys. It's really difficult to. The Animal said tonight it took a rookie Premier League manager to adjust his tactics at half-time to win like the Leicester manager. And his in-game management is poor. Why the late subs? Look, I agree. I thought he absolutely schooled Ange in that second half. He did really well. Big up the Animal. Really appreciate you. Wait a minute, Sav. Nothing is undone. Of course it is. Of course it is. You've got momentum. You've got form. You're playing an out-of-form team with injuries. You've got to go and now it just looks like we beat crap teams again. Nigel said this is why we won't win anything under Ange. Close games out. Yeah, that was really poor, wasn't it? 3 defeats in 7 games already. And if I'm not wrong, I think that's the worst. That's the worst in the top half of the table. 3 defeats in 7. Let me just check. Yeah, 3 defeats in 7 games. Only 4 clubs have worse in the Premier League. It's mad, isn't it? How when you actually dig deep into the stats, how bad that is. Paul said played a poor United side and nobody else. People aren't happy, are they? Where are we? We can say it's bad management. Been doing this absolutely shocking performances long before Ange. This is our club. Yeah, but people had said it had changed. It can't be that he's got it massively right against United and then we can't blame him the week after. Can't be that. As we said, he's got to take the rough with the smooth. Please do keep subscribing. We're 130 away from giving away 2 tickets to Tottenham versus Ipswich and a free Spurs shirt. Bear with me 1 second. So please do smash the subscribe button. We're about 134 away from that happening. And please do smash the likes. We should be on 600. We're on 480. Played a poor United side and nobody else. I'm just seeing if Kuva wants to come back on, by the way. Oh, Dan wants me to send him the link. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. Hang on. Bear with me, people. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. Oh, good God. Why can I never find what I need? Here it is. Okay. Nope. There's the link copied. Let's go to there. Boom. There's 1. And then let's go to there. Then that's 2. There we go. So there's the link sent to a few people. Yeah, listen, it's look, for me, it's not the end of the world because I just don't think we're amazing. I think for some people who do think we're amazing, I think this has maybe changed a few opinions. Big up to Winston Lawrence, who has said, big up for the super chat, really appreciate you, who has said, and stubborn as always, should have made changes earlier, poor from players too in the second half. I agree. I'm getting text messages saying Adogi is a liability. So other people saying saying that there's no leaders on the pitch. But I agree with you, Winston. For me, you've got to find a way. Their manager at 2-0 down changed everything up and came out brilliant second half. It was great to watch from a neutral point of view, I'm sure. For us, it was awful, but big up to you, Winston. Really appreciate that. Scott Emma said, Ange out each and every day. Justin has said 40 million Archie Gray on the bench and Bergval nowhere to be seen. Yeah, listen, it's again, it shows you, doesn't it, that we spent all this money in the summer. Big up, Dan. Where are you? That's a new setting.
I've been grounded to the bedroom because the wife's cooking.
That looks like a lovely little romantic love nest you've got going on there, Dan. That looks lovely.
Oh, it definitely does at night time, I'll tell you that. But that's a different story.
Dan, look, all the talk has been about Spurs are brilliant. Things have changed. We've got consistency now. This, that, the other. That's an old school Spurs capitulation, isn't it? Tell me what you thought of the game.
First half, I thought we was fine. We had it all the way. We should have got the 3rd goal. We could have dominated that. Now, this is what I'm going to say to people who say there's going to be people like me, like you, like Stell, like others who are just looking forward to this to happen. BS. No, no one wants this to happen. As all most of us have done, he's given nothing but praise for 5 games, which out of 3, they should have been walking over. Brentford, okay, not easy. Man U, worst I've seen, but it's still Old Trafford. As all we've done is big up Johnson, and he scored again today, fair play. Where'd he go in the second half? Where'd any of those players go in the second half where it mattered? Ghosted completely. What did our quality manager, who everyone has said we're in the mud for criticising in any means or manager, do until 78 bloody minutes? Yeah. Nothing. This is why I don't rate Ange as a manager, and I'm still Ange out at the moment. When I see consistency, not just in 5 games like that, but in games like this, in games like a Liverpool or a Man City, which we don't necessarily have to win, but not fold like that, is where I start changing my mind. You can't put it totally on Johnson. He scored his goal fine, but second half, ghost. And he's the one that everyone's been bigging up. Kulusevski, gone. Defence, absolutely shocking. Adoje should have been off. Van der Ven is one of the worst performances I've seen of him. Porro, defending definitely not his strong back. Midfield, what happened? And manager, again, this is why for me, he is not a top-class Premiership manager. And that has just proved the point. Pressure, he folded.
Yeah. Yeah, look, absolutely. By the way, my mate Chris has just messaged me with a picture of him at the stadium and said, 5-hour round trip for that. I've never seen a side so inconsistent within 90 minutes as Ange's teams. We will batter lots of teams by 3 or 4, and we will be battered by 3 or 4. Sometimes that's just one half to the next. I can't disagree with him. I cannot disagree with him. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say Ange out on. I'm not. But Mari, Sky Sports. I know you probably don't watch that out there in the States, but Sky Sports. All right. I wasn't being racist or anything. Sky Sports apparently have just confirmed that this is our worst start to a season since One Day Ramos in 2008. But everything I'm hearing, Mari, is that I'm in the mud, that Ange just silenced me, that the critics, that we've all got it wrong. What is going on at this club? Or is this just the same as the last 5-6 years? What is going on?
Well, I've said this even when I had my channel before I joined Tottenham away. The Spurs mentality. It starts from the top and it goes down to the players. And that mentality is still in. It's still within the club. Because it starts from the top. And when it comes down to Ange, today, it's like I was super chatted, right? It's the Tottenham way. Today is the perfect example in that sense that we are not going to make the adjustments. We're not going to make the changes that will help us win. It's all about appeasing the fans. It's all about entertainment. So, yes, we were entertained. Right, we scored 2 goals. Should have scored more, but we don't have the quality to score more. Right, that Tottenham way will work when you have the Savinos of Man City, the Haalands, the Fodens, that Ange way will work when you have real great quality. Because here's the thing, right? Johnson scored 6 of 6. Kudos to him. But don't you notice after he scores a goal, where is he? Where was he in the second half? Right?
This has been my thing about him for a long time.
But when you mention that, you're a hater, you're being negative, and criticism has helped him, right? There's benefits to criticism, right? In life. But to sum it all up, Ange said it from his mouth, Savva. He said, after they posed him a question, teams have won trophies making adjustments by playing defense. And he says, that's nice, mate. You're correct. But we're going to do it the Tottenham way. So we're going to play the highlight for 90 minutes. We're up 2-0. You can at least have the players go back 10 yards. At least 10 yards. He refuses to do that. And here's the reason why. You give teams like Brighton hope. Even though they're trailing 2-0, hey, we could come back because of the way you're playing. We could get behind these guys. We could come back. We will always give the good teams. If we're up against good teams, will always give them the hope of them coming back because of Ange defensive tactics, right? Yes, you can blame the players, but this is on Ange. This is on Ange. You have to move your players back 10, 15 yards at least. Make it harder for Brighton to come back, but you make it easy. But that is the Tottenham way. We wanted it, so don't complain. Don't complain. This is what you wanted. 4-3.
Let me ask you this. I mean, I'll be honest. I thought the back four today was atrocious. All of them. I'm not giving any of them a pass. Let's be fair. Porro got the runaround. Matoma absolutely took him to the cleaners all game.
And some.
All game, right? I thought Udogie, I've said it before to you boys. I like Udogie as a footballer. I don't like Udogie as a left back, right?
He's a wing back.
Van de Ven and Romero, for me, were all over the shop. They looked all over the shop. And for me, I mean, you know it's bad when Van de Ven, who I really like, I'm digging him out. We just looked, Dan, we just looked lost. It looked like there was no leader there, Dan. There was no one saying, right, guys, they've got to go back early in the half. Calm down. For the next 10 minutes, calm down the high line, stay stable, stop driving forward. It just feels like there's no leadership anywhere, and especially in that back line.
Totally. And this is one thing I've been debating with a lot of people on WhatsApp and stuff like that. Yeah, it's all hunky-dory when it's going right, and you're giving all the praise and that, but then you got to criticise when it's due. Credit where it's due, critics where it's due. It comes with both sides. And I've said for ages to people on WhatsApp and that, when they're saying, we play Angie's way, I want exciting football. And I'm like, yeah, but I want to win games as well. A good manager knows, fine, 2-0 up, let's go for the kill. I get it. But all of a sudden, 2-1. Right. A good manager then says, right, boys, come back 10 yards. Like Murray said, slow down. Slow the game down. Get control of the game again. And then let's go for the kill. Let's finish this off. Nope. We go for it still, 2-2. Does Ange then say, right, slow down, get control of the game and go? Nope. Still kamikaze forward. We go 3-2 down. He does nothing until 78 minutes. We had no one on that pitch who showed any sort of leadership whatsoever. Like you said, I think this is probably one of the worst, if not the worst games I've seen Van de Ven play overall. Romero, he's been very hot and cold this season anyway. I've said for ages, Porro and Udogie are wing backs. They are not right backs. They can defend a little bit here and there, but they are not defenders. They are wing backs for getting forward. And this is where I feel a lot of people don't actually understand the difference between a right back and a wing back.
Dan,
like you said,
kudos and Bowen and Kudus are coming to town. They're coming to town.
Absolutely nothing. And no sort of management of any sort on that pitch of, come on, boys, get your act together. Come on, let's get in there. Second half, we looked a total mess. The reason I will go on to BJ on this one, Brian Johnson, is because the problem I've had with him the whole time is he scores a goal or he sets up a goal and then he goes missing. Past 5 games, very good. 5 goals. 3 of those games I can say you actually see him for the whole game. Now all of a sudden he scores and goes totally missing. Now come on, people, criticise. We've bigged them up all the way. We've given them all the credit where it's due and everything. Good win at Man United and that. 3 games we should have pissed over in general. Now it's time for some people to criticise as well. It works both ways. I've done nothing but big them up for 5 games. Now today, they get the shit they deserve.
Yeah, and you know, someone said this on forgetting. I remember. Someone put him. No, it was on Twitter. On X, someone put him 4th best winger. I'm talking about Johnson. I'm like, if you're the 4th best winger in Europe, right now, then you can't go missing and score a goal and then go missing, right? Because top players, right? That's why I'm so strict calling people world class, right? I'm very strict on how I rate players. I need to see you from the first minute to the 90th minute. Be consistent. even if you're scoring a goal, you have to be consistent for 90 minutes because the game's not playing in a half. It's playing 90 minutes. As you can see today, we thought we won the game at halftime, right? We didn't make the adjustments, and we got killed in the second half. But let me tell you, get used to this. Against the bad teams, it's going to work. But against good teams, and you know, the stats can be deceiving because People say, oh, we have the best defense. You know, we have not played a top quality team that can score. The only one we played who scored more than 10 goals was Arsenal, but Arsenal was down the man and without Odegaard. So this is the first team we actually played who could score goals and punish us. So when we play the good teams that can finish their dinner, and I'm worried next week, well, when we come back from break, because we have Kudus and Bowen coming through. So that's bad news. We're going to get rinsed. It's the Tottenham way. Get used to it. It's going to be 3-2, 4-3. It's the Tottenham way. And said it.
Listen, guys, sorry that I had to pop off there. I was so desperate for a sugar rush. I'm on a diet, but I had to just get some fudge and right, I'm back. Look, Dan, I think the worrying thing for me is if you lose a game 3-2, right? You lose a game 3-2, right? But it's the manner in which that has happened. It's the fact that we had their number in the first half. We were first to every ball. We won every tackle. Everything was going our way. What has possibly happened at half-time other than their manager realising very quickly, hang on, this is how you beat Spurs? And I think their manager deserves a lot of credit this half.
Yeah, I basically think, well, Ange didn't really have much to tell him for the second half. Just carry on, basically, yeah? That's all he basically had to say. So I can totally understand that. Their manager has assessed the game, assessed where it's going wrong, and said, right, we need to do A, B, C, D, and E, F, G, because we was all over him in the first half in every which way possible, bar a moment here and there. And they went and did it. And that's where Ange should have then seen what the manager was doing when it went to 2-1 and said, right, like I said, he's obviously sussed something out. I've now got to make a little adjustment here. Nothing mental, just come back 10 yards.
I agree.
He'd done nothing until 78 minutes. It's all good when it's going his way and it looks pretty as. When it starts getting messy and the pressure starts coming on, he sits there with his hands in his pockets and does nothing. This is not the first time that we have gone into a situation like that and he has done nothing. I can name you about 4 or 5 different games, different situation, but where we've gone 3-0 down when it shouldn't have even got to 3-0. We should have been adapting after 1-0. And he does nothing. Absolutely nothing. But people like to forget that. A lot of people only want to bring up the good stuff. And people think we're just being negative. No. People like me, I will speak for, are just being realistic here. We will big it up when it's due. But one thing I will make a quote here, yeah? I don't know if you or anyone else has read Alex Ferguson's autobiography.
Oh, I don't think I have actually, no.
There's 2 of them. The first one, I read that a while ago. Bloody good book, yeah? The main point he makes in there is the amount of stick he used to give his players even when they played well. They were winning the game, for example. I can't remember what game it was. 4-0, they were winning the game. Last minute, they conceded a goal. He didn't even give them any praise. He totally went hell for leather at them because they conceded a goal. Right. The way he stated it in there is, yeah, you look at the good bit, fine, brilliant, but you push that aside because you don't have to fix what's going right, do you? You then focus on the wrong side. What is going wrong? Because to get better, you need to focus on the wrong side, not just be totally negative overall, but focus on the wrong side to fix it, to get that wrong side to the good side, to get everything better. But people only want to look at the good side and don't want to look at the messy points. Even in a game where we win it like Man U, there were still points in that where the Man U looked like they was getting a bit of control or a better team would have finished. Those 2 games we had in Europe, okay, we won them, fine. But if either of them 2 games had a finisher, we would have been in big trouble. That's where you got to pick out those points and say, right, it was good there, but there's the bad. We need to fix that. You don't fix the problems, they don't go away.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something that's going to, and I have been critical, but I'm gonna be very, very critical, and it's gonna put a smile on Savva's face because he knows that I try to be very balanced with Romero, but on the other end, I'm gonna say this for one of the non-goals because Brighton could have scored more. I was looking, I was like, where is Romero? Actually, no, they did score. I was like, where was Romero? And he was out of position in the highlight, which is dangerous. When I'm telling you that's dangerous play. But I figured out why he moved up. It's because, and I say this once again, for me, I prefer my team to have a 6. But sometimes Romero feels that he is the 6. And you know what? I know you're trying to be a hero, but in this system, you can't be the 6 because there is no 6. You have to be in your position. And so it is, on him, like, I got to criticize that. Dude, you have to be at your position. You cannot move up to be the 6. You're not the 6 on this team. You cannot move up. You have to support your teammates back there. No, it's already a high line. It's already a dangerous position, and now you're making it worse. And so,
Maury, can I tell you my worry with Romero? Can I tell you my worry with Romero? And
Yeah.
I say this every game, and when we win, it just gets papered over. But it wasn't even the goals. Yeah, that's bad. We can go to the goals in a minute. But there were 2 or 3 occasions in that game where he steps out into midfield when he's got no need to, because you've got midfielders in there.
Yeah.
He steps out, tries to win the ball, doesn't, and then they're in behind us. Now, they didn't capitalise on those actual occasions, but still I then see people going, oh, Kuti, that's great. People tell me that this guy can play for Real Madrid. I'm looking at Real Madrid centre-halves and going, they don't play like this. I'm looking at players like David Alaba, Milito, Rudiger. He ain't getting above these players. Like, for me, why can't our defence guys just be defenders for a minute? Why can't any of them just do the basics of defending? So when we sit there and say, oh, when fit, our back four's as good as anybody's, is it? Is it really? That today looked absolutely diabolical.
And I will say this too. The reason why, because he does do that sometimes for Argentina, but here's the big difference. When he does that, Rodrigo De Paul is there to back him up. Acuna, Martinez, those guys, those are pros, right? Because Udogi and Eporo, they're not great defenders. He's allowed to do that with Argentina and get away with it. But on Tottenham, it's not going to work all the time. And you put yourself at risk because we played the high line and you put us in trouble. And so but it's like I said, this is the Tottenham that people wanted. People like, yeah, and said it. It's the Tottenham way.
Mario, we've gone so far towards attacking football that, and when it works, like in the first half, Dan, I'll bring you in. When it works in the first half, it's great to watch. Yeah, you can't doubt it. It's great to watch. We look like we're going to open them up. Second half, Brighton adapted, and we looked like we had no idea how to break them down because there was no space in behind. And that's fine, but that's where you look to your bench. You go 20 minutes to go. All right, we're losing 3-2. There's 20 minutes to go. Right, let me get Werner off and get Mikey Moore and give him 20 minutes to stretch his legs. Right, let me do something. But then when he finally made the subs, Dan, he's brought on 2 more defensive-minded midfielders.
Yeah.
And then when he brings Mikey Moore on, he takes off James Maddison, who's our chief creator. I don't understand him at all. And I know there'll be people out there going, oh, you don't understand Ange. You don't get Ange. What Ange does is just gone from 2-0 to 3-2. And again, Dan, we can't beat a top half side.
Nope, I don't think we've beat a top 10 team yet, have we?
No.
I mean, all right, you can say Man U is one of the biggest teams in the world, but they're definitely not one of the best at the moment.
But in terms of where the teams were in the league when we played them,
exactly.
we've not been in the top half side.
No, we haven't. And as soon as we had that bit of pressure on us, we completely, I mean, what's the word? I wouldn't even say imploded, I think is the word. I wouldn't even say we exploded. We imploded. We went to crap. That is where we need a man on the pitch. And this is why I always say, personal opinion, this one, maybe it's old school, but I want a captain on that pitch like a Roy Keane, like a Patrick Vieira, like a Getasu, like someone like that. I don't personally agree with a nice boy on the pitch as a manager, as a captain, but each to their own. But this is where players should look over at the manager. They got to be doing their job, but now the manager's got to be standing up and telling them what's going wrong. Now I'll get why it's all going good, like Pep. Let's just sit back. When it's totally imploding and it's the second half, you can't wait until half time to tell them what to do.
Yeah, agreed.
You got to pull your finger out and start shouting at these pods. Get your act together, and then you got to make a decision on how to change this. And he made no decisions, no subs until 78 minutes when it was basically too little, too late. We could have still squeezed a draw, maybe, but like you said, we needed to score goals, and he brings on defensive midfield. Well, more defensive box to box. None of them go forward and score a goal, bar par now and again.
I still can't believe, like, never in a game does he go, do you know what? We need a bit more at the back. I'll go three centre backs and have Porro. And I'm not saying you have to play wing backs from the start, but you could see Danny Welbeck. Let's be honest, Danny Welbeck, who I think is a good player. I'm not going to go overboard. I think technically he's brilliant. Never been prolific. He bullied us. Danny Welbeck bullied us. And this is a Brighton team that had no Van Heck, then lost to Webster in the first 10 minutes, so had to play their fourth choice Igor, right? They had no Vifa was 50-50, which is why he only came on as a sub. They had no Milner. They had no Matt O'Reilly. Right? What? Look at Spurs. They had no Yao Pedro, and that forward line bullied us. That forward line bullied us.
Yeah.
I don't know what we do in training in terms of defensive, but it's all well and good when you're playing against a Man United team with 10 men. Do you know what I mean? You beat Man United, who had 10 men for most of that game. I'm not saying we weren't playing well before, but you've beaten them. We've beaten Coventry just, Ferencvaros just, Goodwin versus Brentford, and Karabag. I mean, the game was a mishmash because of the red card. So where is this arrogance coming from, lads? Where is this arrogance from certain sections of the fan base that we're brilliant, you don't understand, Ange, give this man 2 years, he'll win a league? Where is all this utter bollocks coming from? I'll call it as it is. Where's it coming from?
I don't know. And you watch this game, I don't care how big of a happy clapper you are of Ange. Can you really, in your heart of hearts, say in a big game, a final, semi-final, that this manager is going to do what he needs to do tactically to get us over the line? I do not trust it. I do not trust him to say, oh, okay, you know what? Let's play 3 center backs and have to win backs the second half. We're up 2-1. FA Cup semifinal against Chelsea. Okay, we're going to go play defensive because we don't want Cole Palmer and Chelsea to have those chances, right? I don't have confidence in that. That's how you get over the line. You make adjustments. And today, NBC Sports, Peacock, they'll say he's stubborn. He does it one way, and he does not change. And that's the point. I mean, it is plain and simple. He does not change. And he's not going to change because he said it at the forum. That's great. Yes, teams do win like that. But we're going to do it the Tottenham way. And the Tottenham way, I can't remember, unless Dan or Savva, you can name me a team that played that way that has come over the line. I tell people this.
I've I always say this, Murray. I've never seen it. I keep saying to people, tell me a team that plays like this that gets over the line. No one can give an answer because it doesn't happen. Look, like people going, oh, Arsenal aren't as good to watch as us. Yeah, but Arsenal keep bloody winning every game of football they play. Do you know what I mean? Arsenal, all right. Listen, by the way, I don't think Arsenal play bad football. I think Arsenal have patches. But I think Arsenal have realised sometimes you've got to dig in and be dirty and be boring. Not Spurs. Spurs is just full gung-ho. And even in that second half, just gung-ho, gung-ho. Brighton should have scored 5 or 6 in that second half.
Easy. And do you know what it is? I mean, I've got to go in a sec because I've got my dinner for me now. The point I'll make here is it's all good playing good-looking football and everything. This is what I just want to see good-looking football is right here for a lot of people. Well, do you just want to see good-looking football and win? Okay, we want to see that. But sometimes, whether it's bloody UFC fighting or football or boxing or whether it's any other sport, it's got to get dirty. And what I mean by dirty is you got to do the dirty. You got to do the boring bit. You got to defend. You got to show that you got the muscle to do it and then come back into it. How many times have I seen a UFC fight where a man's getting a grandmother kicked right out of him, but he's taking it, waiting for his chance, and then goes for it? Same as I see in football. But nope. Do we want to go back and adapt and do that defensive, dirty work, boring football that we need to do to win a game? No, we don't. We could have 5 minutes left to go, be 2-1 up in the Champions League final, I reckon, and Ange would still have the mentality of out and out, gung-ho forward, go for a kill. Not let's try and control the game and take a chance if it comes. Each to their own way at the end of the day. But a good manager knows when to adapt in a game and when to do what he's got to do. This manager today did nothing and has always done, all of us basically, is giving fair play credit where it's due over the past 5 games, whether they've been games we should win or not, but he's got them right. Now it's time for him to take the shit as well. And some people aren't going to like it and say, oh, you come out your holes. No, we give credit where it's due and we criticise where it's due. Just some people just want to kiss arse all their life and blow sunshine up.
And Tony Montana, his comment at I think 7:08 p.m. Tony Montana, we nearly won. Come on, you guys, cheer up. That's the problem. Nearly won, right? I've seen one trophy in the 15 years I've been supporting this club. One trophy because we nearly won. When are we gonna finally be the club that crosses the line?
When are we going to be a top 10 club?
What's the cheer on about? We just battled the game today, and you want me to cheer up?
Pressure. Do you want to hear something funny?
Mate. I've got to shoot anyway. I've got my dinner. Cheers, I'll see you later.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, Maury, look, I'm going to end it in a couple of minutes because I've been going for nearly 5 hours.
Yeah.
Maury, something funny. BBC Sport have just put this out. This is the 10th time that Tottenham have lost a Premier League game in which they led by 2+ goals. The first club to hit double figures in the Premier League era for this.
Wow.
Only Spurs. Only Spurs. You know what, Murray, what I don't want to do is, I don't think any fans should be going, I told you. I just hope what this does now is makes a few people realise to just calm down.
Yeah.
Like the praise that this football has got, that this manager has got. And again, I'll bring this up, Murray. Again, I'm not making this up. It's there for all to see. Look at this. This is the worst start to a Premier League season since 2008 when one day Ramos was sacked. We have lost 3 games. Only 3 other clubs have lost 3 of their last 5 games, and Tottenham are one of them. Look at all that green and grey above us. And then look at Spurs. Lost. So again, when people talk about things have changed and consistency, again, lost, 1-1, lost. We'll beat West Ham 1. We'll lose. Nothing's going to change. I just don't see how we ever compete when we're like this.
And look at the top teams who we say that we are, right? First of all, I apologize. I didn't get the sarcasm, Tony. My bad. I apologize. But you look at Liverpool, right? That loss, but look, win, loss, win, win, win. City, win, win, draw, draw, win. Arsenal, draw, win, win. Chelsea, who is in disarray, right? So-called draw, win, draw. Aston Villa, win, draw, draw. Right? But you look at us, loss, win, loss. That looks ugly.
Look at the red.
Yeah, that looks ugly. That doesn't look.
Again, look at all those clubs above us. And bear in mind, this is the form that forget the form now. Those 5 games. Look at the last number there, singular, lost. Right. So you see, Liverpool have lost 1, City haven't lost a game, Arsenal haven't, Chelsea 1, Villa 1, Brighton 1, Newcastle 1, Fulham 2, Forest 1, Spurs 3. Spurs have lost the most games in the top half of the table. Like, at what point can people sit there and just say, right, relax? We're not, people go, oh, 2 more transfer windows, we're winning a league. Stop. Just relax. Listen, Mari, much love. Thank you for coming on. I am going to leave it there. I am absolutely starving. I am shattered. Spurs have been all Spursy. EJH, absolutely, mate. Do you remember I did a show this morning? People coming on telling me I'm negative. Where's my mate Theo? I've noticed all the people that were calling me negative and saying Spurs are in a title race. I don't see them after Spurs lose a game. I'm here whether we win, lose or draw. Mari, much love. Thank you very much. Are you going on Tottenham away later?
Yep, I'll be on there promoting the Tottenham way.
What time is that UK time for everyone here?
UK time, I want to say that's 9:30.
9:30. So there you go, guys. Just over 2 hours. Please get over and watch Tottenham away with Mari, Stel, and the boys. I might pop on for a few minutes if I get the time.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Much love, everyone. As always, Spurs have been Spursy. Much love. Take care. Smash the like on your way out. Please do subscribe. I'm so close to 14K. I can smell it. Take care, everyone. And as always, come on, you Spurs.